Enoch was removed, and it was removed for a reason. I will be telling you the many reasons today why Enoch was removed, and I will be breaking down to you the real meaning of what Enoch represent. Now, one thing I want to point out before we even do anything, I want to put a visual on your mind. I want to give you something to think about, right? I'm going to give you something to think about, and then I'm going to play a video clip. And you may not think that the video clip ties into Enoch, but it does. The video clip is talking about the CIA, the Central Intelligence Agency. And because I want to keep your mind guessing, I'm not going to tell you how the clip relate or what the clip is about. But I'm going to let you know we're going to play it in a minute, and it ties into Enoch and why Enoch was removed and what the CIA know that they don't want everybody else to know. We about to get deep, folks. Hit the like and share. But like I said, before I do anything, I want to put this impression on your mind, and I want to make a claim. And then for the rest of the video, I will be bringing evidence to support my claim and giving you my lecture that's going to support my claim. Now, here's the visual I want to implant in your head. This is the prophet Enoch. This is one of the most famous images you will ever find of Enoch. In most of the depictions of Enoch, Enoch is leaving the earth. Why is this important? This is important because what Enoch, the book of Enoch is older than Jesus, the story of Jesus and all that. Jesus represent ascension to the heavens, the soul rising up to the heavens. Why was the book of Enoch removed? I'm going to give you something to think about. One reason right now. The book of Enoch was removed because Enoch was one of the earlier archetypes for resurrection before Jesus Christ. That's right. Oh, I'm about to blow you away today. Shout out to Dolph Obama. Appreciate the time and work you put in, bro. Sanchez, salutes, fam. Salutes back to you, Dolph. I'm about to blow you away today because what I'm going to share with you here today, guys, is why Enoch was removed. Enoch was removed because the papacy, when it took over, it needed a new archetype for resurrection, because Enoch tells a story about what happens when every human astral projects, lucid dreams, or get outside of their body. Another guy by the name of John of Patmos is another prophet in the Bible that ascends up to what's called the heavens, plural. See, the church wanted to create one heaven. And today, when Christians talk about heaven, they talk about one place. Heaven is a layered system, a layered hierarchical system. Heaven ain't one place with a dude on a throne ruling everybody. That ain't what Enoch said. Enoch said heaven is a bunch of realms above the earth realm. Enoch said that heaven, the heavens, plural, not heaven, the heavens, plural. Enoch said these were parallel realities above the earth, and that there was a hierarchy, a ranking system of beings based upon where you at right now. You in a certain ranking class according to Enoch. But what is they ranking us by? What are they ranking us by? That's the thing that we got to get into. What are we being ranked by? Enoch spoke about a layered heavenly system, but the church wanted one heaven. They wanted to simplify it. The church wanted one heaven for good doers, one hell for bad doers, and they wanted to dictate what's good and bad. But they didn't do it directly. They said God said this was good and bad. That's right. After the reset, the papacy came in and redefined what Christianity was. And the modern form of Christianity that most of y'all got today is not the real deal. In fact, is keeping you from activating your own Kundalini energy. It's keeping you from understanding the knowledge of self, and thereby keeping you from ascending, because this is the knowledge of ascension. The visual I wanted to put in your head of here was Enoch leaving the earth, and what I wanted to let you know here with this visual is that what the ancestors was trying to describe to us was a phenomena that we call today an out-of-body experience or astral projection. Drop a 1 in the chat room if you've ever astral projected, if you've ever had a out-of-body experience. Drop a 1. Because what the ancients were fascinated with was the fact that our soul, our mind, the consciousness, the part of us that thinks, it can detach from the body. They were fascinated with the idea that the consciousness within man was its own separate entity, separate from the body, and because of that, it can detach from the body and reunite with the body. And this happens when you dream. Your consciousness leaves your body. It goes to a parallel reality that it does not distinguish from this reality. In other words, that means when you're in a dream, I can't walk up to you in a dream and tell you, hey man, you in a dream. You ain't gonna believe me, because when you in a dream, that's real to you. And for that moment, your consciousness has shifted to this other you in another world, where you know who you are there. You know your history there. You know what you did yesterday there. See, there's another you recording a whole nother timeline of history in a parallel reality. And what the Book of Enoch is teaching us is the nature of our cosmos. And what that nature of the cosmos is, I'm going to go into the depictions here in a minute, but I want to keep it simple for my little intro here. I always give you guys an intro. Let's give a shout out to Sally McDermott. Thank you as always, Sally. Our ancestors were so fascinated with the idea that consciousness can detach itself from the body and explore other realities that are being played out right now. Right now, as I speak, there are other timelines, other parallel realities, and you're in them. You're just not conscious of it. And the whole idea in the ancient world was to create ways for us to shift between these realities at will. Let me say this again, because if you miss this part, you're going to miss how deep this stream going to be today. Our ancestors were so deep when it comes to astral projection, out-of-body experiences, that they had mastered techniques that would allow them to shift between multiple realities in seconds. So with this in mind, it's safe to say that our ancestors weren't humans like us in the normal definition of human, because our normal definition of human doesn't account for us being a multi-dimensional being that can time travel and shift between parallel universes. This have to redefine now what the human is. And this is why people like Enoch weren't called humans. Well, Sanchez, what were they called? They were called gods. And a god wasn't an alien, even though that the name Enoch later evolved to the New Age word Anunnaki. Anunnaki. Drop a 1 if you're familiar with the word Anunnaki. Because what you need to know about the word Anunnaki is that the Anunnaki is a modern, New Age, mutated form of the word Enoch. And it was all about talking about the creatures that walk among us right now who are able to leave this earth. in a snap of a finger. Now, who are those creatures? Those would be people with souls. If you got one, drop another one, drop another one. Now, there are going to be some bots and NPCs. They won't drop a one here. I had to tell an NPC the other day, we ain't the same. You got a chip on your brain, and I got a chip on my shoulder, nigga. If you got a soul, that soul isn't bound to the reality that's around you. That soul can leave. It can detach itself from the world around you. And now I'm going to play a video that's going to let y'all see that the CIA knows what I'm talking about. You see, in the 40s, the CIA was doing experiments. And one of those series of experiments went through in a project called Project Stargate. Project Stargate was the CIA and the Soviet Union battling with each other on who's going to crack the code on how to detach consciousness from the body. And in the 40s, there was so much research that was based on the concept of astral projection, remote viewing, out-of-body experience. And in the 40s, this wasn't conspiracy theory. This was science. This was millions of dollars being spent in research. Now, no one knows what came about from that research. But you know what happened after the 40s? The 50s happened. And guess what happened in the 50s? The space race happened. And guess who was the main two countries to lead the space race? The United States and the Soviet Union. The same two countries that were instrumental in out-of-body experiences in astral projection. How does this relate to Enoch, Sanchez? Because all of the ancestors said that the only way humans can leave the earth is through out-of-body experience. And this is what the Book of Enoch represents. And this, my friend, is why the Book of Enoch was removed. You see, what you call the church today is not the church, it's the Roman Empire. And the Roman Empire was a barbaric empire with no knowledge of self and no knowledge of consciousness ascending. They weren't Christians, they're liars. They were barbarians and polytheistic people who believed in multiple Greek gods that resided in Olympia. So don't be fooled and think that the Catholic Church is the real Christians. They the synagogue of Satan that the Bible speak of. And let me explain to you that the Catholic Church that's leading the whole world astray is working with NASA and the space program. Why is this important, guys? Stay with me and I'm gonna show you why. The Book of Enoch was teaching humans how to get off of the earth. Let that sink in. Tell me this. I'm gonna ask you a question, right? If I'm NASA, if I'm the space program, if I'm the Roman Empire who wanted to create a peasant system and didn't want humans to know the knowledge of ascension, of Kundalini rising, they didn't want people to know that in order for you to rise up to the higher realms, you have to morally work on yourself. Why didn't the Roman Empire want their people to know that? Because most of their peasants made up their military. And guess what? The prophet Enoch and all of the old prophets, they pushed the law, which was thou shalt not kill. And even if the Caesar told me to kill, do you think Jesus would have joined the military and killed for the Caesar? The Roman Empire couldn't have a big army without having dumbed down goons and peasants that'll kill for them on the front line. And a person who knows the truth about how valuable they are as an immortal God ain't signing up to be a crash dummy for the Caesar. Can I get a hello? A person that knows their worth, Enoch, ain't signing up for the Caesar's army. Let me explain to you why the Book of Enoch was removed and who benefit from it being removed today. If the Book of Enoch is teaching humans how to get off of the earth, whose foot is it stepping on? Type it in the chat room. Who are the people today that's teaching humans how to leave the earth? They're a program. I give you a hint. Their symbol is a serpent's tongue because they some damn liars. And they name in Hebrew means deceive. Type it in the chat room. You see, what you need to realize is that who you call NASA, the space program, it's an extension of the church. The church are telling humans where they gonna go when they die. And for the humans who curious about how to leave the earth while they still alive, the bishops and theologians just refer them to NASA and the astronauts. And when you refer them to the space program and the astronauts, I'm gonna show you some. When Christians say, well, how do we leave the earth without dying? Because they got an answer for that in the church. When you die, you leave the earth, you go to heaven or hell. That's simple. But if a Christian asks, how do we leave the earth before we die, Pastor? Pastor say, hey, you go talk to the astronauts about that. This is an extension of the church, the Catholic Church. Now, why is that? Why do the pastor throw the astronauts an alley-oop? Because the Book of Enoch was removed. The Book of Enoch was removed. Let's play the video. This video is important because I'm going to go even deep here. If the Book of Enoch was not removed, the pastor wouldn't have to throw NASA an alley-oop and the Vatican wouldn't be in the bed with the space program. But the Vatican ain't the real Christians. They the Roman Empire. And NASA, hold on a second, guys. Let's play the video.
In 1987, during the Cold War, the CIA, or Central Intelligence Agency, became interested in studying astral projection. But why did they need to study astral projection? How did the CIA develop an interest in studying astral projection? And is astral projecting possible? Astral projection is the concept of an individual's consciousness or soul leaving their physical body to travel in a non-physical form. This is often linked to out-of-body experiences, where people feel they can visit different places or dimensions without physically moving. During astral projection, it's believed that a person's awareness or astral body separates from the physical body and explores other realms or planes of existence. Practitioners report being able to see their physical body from a distance and experience their surroundings in a different or heightened state of consciousness. The CIA explored this phenomenon through remote viewing, where individuals tried to perceive distant or unseen targets using extrasensory perception. These studies were part of Project Stargate, which ran from the 1970s to the 1990s. How did the CIA develop an interest in studying astral projection? The CIA's interest in studying astral projection, and more broadly remote viewing, stemmed from the Cold War era, when intelligence and military advantages were highly sought after. They were intrigued by reports that the Soviet Union was conducting similar research into psychic phenomena. This led the CIA to explore whether these abilities could be harnessed for espionage, intelligence gathering, and other military applications.
Now, people may think that the CIA and the United States was studying this for warfare purposes, but that's a lie. After the reset, the people in power were trying to reverse engineer and research a lot of old world concepts. And the people that assumed power, they were new to all of this science. And after they wiped out the people who were experts at it, they started kind of picking it up, like tampering with it, trying to figure it out. And they told us when they was trying to reverse engineer and research these ancient concepts, They had to have an excuse on why. You always have to have a motive. And they can't say, well, these are old concepts that we discovered after the reset and we just want to see if the ancestors was right. They ain't going to say that. They're going to say, hey, we can benefit from warfare if we figure this out. We can spy on the enemy. And so now you had the Soviets and the United States in a competition against each other to crack the code on out-of-body experience. And then right after that, we went into a Cold War with them, and you didn't hear nothing else about Project Stargate. But what happened right after that was the space race. Now, I want you to understand something. Let's go back to this picture of Enoch real quick. I want you to understand. See, the United States and the Soviets was researching how the consciousness can shift timelines. And they figured it out. And it made them scared because what it represented was an end of their system of control. Once they go to telling humans, you can live in multiple realities at once, they can't just pin you down to this one. You now gotta think about this now. People that can remote view, they can be in your room hovering above you out of their body. How do you police these people? You would have to quarantine them. They wouldn't like that. You're a threat. So the witches who they put to death were people that had these gifts of remote viewing, getting out the body. And the Roman Empire didn't want their peasants to have these gifts of the gods, as they call it. They wanted a dumbed down society that didn't know about all this deep stuff within us that would make us gods. So what made our ancestors was gods. A god back in the day was simply a human that can go back and forth from the earth to heaven. What made Jesus a god, y'all? What made a person evolve to the title of God in theology is them communing with God face to face. And the only way you can be called a prophet, an apostle, a god, a wise man, all of these titles are synonymous. Because the word God is just the word guide. And that's what the apostles and prophets were supposed to be for humanity. Because what happens is the people that can explore the other realms, things happen in the astral realm before they happen in our so-called physical realm. And you're going to see why I say so-called physical realm in a minute. But there are people that can go into future parallel realities and come back here and tell you what's going to happen. We all had this gift. And whenever you have deja vu, that is remnants of this gift that we had. Is you're a god. If you're a person that have had deja vu before, or you have it a lot, then you're one of these people that Enoch was. So when the CIA and the Soviets was doing these experiments, there were certain people that were gifted at shifting realities. They were more gifted than others. And these were the people who were valued by the CIA because they can see deep into other realms that other people couldn't. These would have been your prophets and guides in the old world. They wouldn't have just been a group of people working for the CIA. They would have been working for all of humanity, for the greater good of humanity, just like the Mayans and all of the prophets of old that was telling us what was going to happen before it happened. Now, what we got to pay attention to about NASA and the Roman Empire is that the part of the Roman Empire that was responsible for teaching the peasants on how to go to heaven, them were your Pharisees and Sadducees. Before we had an institution of science, the church ruled everything. There was no school. It was just the church and the Caesar and peasants. And in that time, you didn't have a science program teaching you about planets and astronauts. You had Pharisees and Sadducees telling you about the Greek gods that's in the heavens. And those were 7 Greek gods: Venus, Mars, Jupiter, Uranus. The 7 planets that y'all got today for NASA is basically the polytheistic religious system of the Roman Empire carried on in modern time. Because the Romans, when they looked up at the heavens, they saw a bunch of chaos. And this chaos had to be ordered, had to be maintained or tamed by these 7 gods of Olympia. So to the Romans, the heavens were chaotic, and the only thing that structured the heavens were the gods. According to the Romans, the gods didn't intervene with man, and that these gods set up in the heaven on their high horse and didn't care if you were a peasant or not. And the reason they taught this to the people is so when people ask the question, why don't God help me get out of poverty? Today they tell you a different story, but back in the day before Jesus, before they was blaming evil on you not living right or not praying hard enough or whatever they say today, back in the day, they were blaming evil on the fact that there was just no God that cared about us. Ain't nothing up there that's gonna help you. The Caesar and the old church taught their people that the only thing that was up there was Venus, Mars. These were literal superhumans in the sky that didn't care about humans, man. So when you teach a person that, you're gonna have a bunch of people killing each other, robbing, no moral code, a big prison system like what Barnabas was. He was a big prisoner. You're gonna have a gladiator system, a surplus of dumbasses and prisoners like what we got today. Same system we got today, because you teach people that ain't nothing up there that care about you. Now, who's teaching us that today? NASA, the space program. What are they teaching you? The only thing up there is Venus, Mercury, Mars, and none of that shit has a consciousness. It don't interact with you. Now, why are those planets named after the Greek gods? Because they come from the Greek system. And this is why Christians believe in the space program, because their theology is the Roman Empire's theology, renamed as the Catholic Church. But in that old Roman Empire system, the Pharisees and Sadducees would have been your astrophysicists, your science communicators. When a person say, how do I go to heaven? Because you got to think a person that was at the bottom of society was always looking up in the sky, pondering about what was there a greater reality beyond this one, right? And the thing about it is they had to get rid of humanity looking toward the sky for hope. And the reason that the Roman Empire taught their people that the 7 gods of Olympia didn't intervene with man is to create a barbarian, to create a type of human like what we have today, a capitalist. Because these people weren't Christians. Their spiritual system was capitalism, which is a lack of a spiritual system. Let's talk about Enoch, why Enoch was removed, because Enoch is stepping on the Roman Empire's toes. Enoch is stepping on the Pharisees and Sadducees' toes, just like all of the other prophets, the Mayans and all of them, who talked about out-of-body experiences. This is why the CIA classified this research. And no one talks about this. See, because the thing is, back in the day when the church was in charge, and it's still in charge, but it's in secret now. But when it was openly ruling through the Caesars, they had to get rid of the Enoch teaching, because in the book of Enoch, it's basically telling all the humans that everyone can go to heaven through the process of ascension. It's talking about the Kundalini rising, and it's basically teaching us the path of ascension in the book of Enoch. It's telling us the layout of the heavens. And when the book of Enoch telling you what's up there and how to travel up there and how to get up there, they stepping on NASA's toes. Now, people may say, but Sanchez, NASA wasn't around back then. Yes, it was. It was called Pharisees and Sadducees. That's right. The Pharisees and Sadducees were said to be the men that were able to speak with God. So the only people in the church that could communicate with God, or the Greek gods of Olympia, were the Pharisees and Sadducees. So in order for people to even get a word to any God, they had to go through the church system. And don't that sound familiar? We got that same system today. It's just a little different, but it's the same. Anytime a person back in the day talked about up there and how to navigate up there and how to get up there, like Enoch saying, the church condemned that. And they wanted to monopolize that conversation by saying humans can't go up there. The only people that can go up there are my Pharisees right here, my Sadducees. They can tell you all about the heaven and the nature of God. That was given to the Pharisees. Today, the Pharisees and Sadducees would be your astrophysicists. When a person talk about up there and how to get up there and navigate up there, they point you to the space program and to the astrophysicists. And back in the day before that, they would have pointed you to the prophets like Enoch, the Mayans, the Olmec, literally real ones who get out of their body, man. That's right. Not no play, because here go the play right here. When a person say, how do we go up there? They point you to these people, and these are Freemasons and actors. This is all green screen and CGI. Christians, what you call space is what the old world prophets call the heavens. They called it the heavens. And it was taught that no flesh and no blood can enter the heavens. So when you got a program that's saying we're going up to space, which is the heavens, and you're doing it physically, that's why they removed the Book of Enoch, y'all. The Book of Enoch, just like all the other stuff they removed, it teaches us how to go to the heavens with out-of-body experiences and shifting our consciousness by raising our vibration and raising our kundalini. That's right. That's the truth. Ain't no other way out this earth. Right? But I got to finish the video. I got a habit of talking a lot when I should be playing my sources, because it ain't really time for me to go in. I wanted to share my source, and then once I lay this source foundation, I can go in with my syncretism. So if you think I'm going in now, I'm just freestyling my intro, which is now almost an hour. So let's really go in. I'm gonna play the video and be quiet, because this gonna lay my foundation and kind of sum up the research with the CIA. Even though I got my own little notes, I'm gonna play this though too, because it's just 3 minutes. Let's check it out.
In 1987, during the Cold War, the CIA, or Central Intelligence Agency, became interested in studying astral projection. But why did they need to study astral projection? How did the CIA develop an interest in studying astral projection? And is astral projecting possible? Astral projection is the concept of an individual's consciousness or soul leaving their physical body to travel in a non-physical form. This is often linked to out-of-body experiences, where people feel they can visit different places or dimensions without physically moving. During astral projection, it's believed that a person's awareness or astral body separates from the physical body and explores other realms or planes of existence. Practitioners report being able to see their physical body from a distance and experience their surroundings in a different or heightened state of consciousness. The CIA explored this phenomenon through remote viewing, where individuals tried to perceive distant or unseen targets using extrasensory perception. These studies were part of Project Stargate, which ran from the 1970s to the 1990s. How did the CIA develop an interest in studying astral projection? The CIA's interest in studying astral projection, and more broadly remote viewing, stemmed from the Cold War era, when intelligence and military advantages were highly sought after. They were intrigued by reports that the Soviet Union was conducting similar research into psychic phenomena. This led the CIA to explore whether these abilities could be harnessed for espionage, intelligence gathering, and other military applications. Project Stargate was initiated to investigate the potential of using extrasensory perception to perceive distant or unseen targets. Is astral projecting possible? The possibility of astral projection remains a topic of debate. While many individuals claim to have experienced it, scientific evidence supporting its existence is lacking. The research had mixed results, and in 2003, declassified documents detailed the methods and findings. Despite some reported successes, the program was ended in 1995 due to unreliable outcomes. CIA's interest in astral projection during the Cold War era as part of Project Stargate reflects the agency's curiosity and pursuit of unconventional intelligence gathering methods. While the scientific evidence supporting astral projection remains inconclusive, the CIA's exploration of this phenomenon raises broader questions about the nature of consciousness, human potential, and the lengths to which organizations will go to gain a strategic advantage. This leads us to question, does the CIA lie to us? Whether or not astral projection is possible, the CIA's studies serve as a reminder of the complexities of the human mind and the mysteries that still remain to be explored.
All right, now that we got that out the way, we can start really going deep with this stuff. And I want to read this to you, Corinthians 15 and 50. Now this I say, brethren, that flesh and blood, and while I read this, why don't I put this picture up? Now this I say, brethren, that flesh and blood cannot inherit the kingdom of heaven, neither doth corruption inherit corruption. So our physical body can't inherit the heavens. This scripture is important because what this scripture shows is that ancient people knew the nature of our reality, being that up there isn't a place you can go to physically. It's a parallel, it's a barrier up there, and that barrier represents where our reality end and another reality begin. And in this other reality above ours that we're calling heaven, and there are many heavens above us, we'll show images of them in a minute. And in these heavens, you're already there. That's why it's called a parallel reality. You're already in these heavens already. That's why you can't take your body with you. Just like you can't take the body that's sleeping in the bed with you to the dream. Because when you in the dream, you're inside of your sleeping body in the bed. You get what I'm saying? So the ancestors, when they talked about Jacob's ladder, here is a Mesopotamian image of what Enoch saw. And this right here is from the Middle East. So Enoch is a westernized account of something that was already talked about and very common in the Middle East cosmology, which is the seven heavens. Because what we're looking at here, it later became the thumbnail that we see here. This thumbnail that I used with Enoch ascending right here, it's the same concept that was being taught right here in Mesopotamia. And we're going to go deep into this. But here is what Enoch described about the heavens right here. He said that the heavens were a layered system and that each planet is on its own layer. There are 7 bands, and each of these bands got one of the 7 planets caught up in it, just like we see here. And Enoch was saying that these 7 stargates here in the sky are synonymous with the human 7 chakras. And that the way we travel into these 7 planets, Jupiter, Mars, is not through NASA with a rocket, but through an out-of-body experience within the self. Now, what did Jesus teach you Christians? Jesus said the kingdom of heaven is within. What you call space is heaven. And the way to heaven is within. Jesus told you that. Jacob's ladder is the chakra system. Each of these is a stargate that leads you into a parallel reality where there's already another you doing its own thing right now. We can shift between these realities. This was cursed. The Roman Empire didn't want people knowing this. This is the knowledge of liberation. Because what do I mean by liberation? If a person asks their overseer, how do I leave the earth? You my teacher, you my science teacher, you my expert. How do I leave the earth? You're vulnerable when you ask that question. Because if the person really know how to leave the earth but don't want you to leave it, they'll say, well, unfortunately, we can't leave it right now. And who's telling us that? NASA. NASA's telling us we can't leave the earth. But the Bible telling us we can. The Bible telling us we can do just what Enoch doing. The Bible ain't favoring the prophets over us. That's right. The Bible's saying if Enoch can do it, you can do it too. And this is why the book of Enoch was removed. You can't have a book in the Bible telling the Christians that they can leave the earth anytime they want to by going through the planets as a stargate. Why you can't have that? Because NASA teaching people that the planets are physical objects. NASA teaching people that them stars, them 7 wandering stars, why is it only 7 of them? And there's 7 chakras. NASA teaching people that the 7 wandering stars are physical planets. Enoch said that they were stargates that allowed a soul to shift timelines and travel parallel realities, or what they call heavens, plural. This conflicts with everything they use today to dumb us down, y'all. They can't have the book of Enoch in the Bible. They just can't. Because no Christian would follow NASA. No Christian would support NASA. No Bible believer, nobody that's sincere about the Bible, about the prophecy, would push NASA. They would see NASA as a direct opposition to what the Bible's saying. And the more I talk, the more you're going to see that everything you're subscribed to is anti-Bible, anti-Christ, and it's anti-Enoch too. Because what does Enoch represent? Enoch represent the soul leaving the earth and going to heaven. But guess who else represent that, y'all? Wait for it. I queued it up. Wait for it. Here we go. Guess who else represent the soul leaving the body and going up to heaven? This new version of Enoch that they giving y'all. Sanchez, you just making stuff up. Sanchez ain't making it up. Jesus Christ is a new version of Enoch. See, the church had to get rid of Enoch because Enoch taught the path of ascension, or the path to heaven, before Christ. And when Enoch was teaching souls how to get to heaven, Enoch was saying the same thing that Dante Inferno said, that it's a morality system and that souls are in hell because of their karma. They didn't do right. So why did they get rid of Enoch? Because they wanted to get rid of the law of karma. That's right. The law of karma is saying the only way you can go to heaven is by doing good. But the new law is saying even if you do good, you can't go to heaven if you don't believe in Jesus. Your good deeds ain't gonna get you to heaven. Faith is. Shout out to everyone support me by any way you support me via Cash App, Super Chat, We appreciate all of you guys. And I want to give a shout out to our show sponsors, Mississippi Macho, and everyone else that hit the super chat today. Thank you for sponsoring the broadcast today. Like and share the video, because I really have a goal of getting 1K in the building. If we can get 1,000 people in the building, I have a surprise for y'all. So like and share the video. Now check me out what I was saying. Why did the church remove Enoch? Because Enoch represents liberation before Jesus. Don't you know that the word liberation is the word resurrection? If you look at Enoch, and I'm going to show you some, they removed the book of Enoch, and they also demonized the Statue of Liberty. Enoch, don't you know that the Statue of Liberty is Enoch? Y'all, I can't make this up. I'm so happy to be a syncretist, because with your syncretist, you can see through the veil, man. That's right. Liberation was about the soul being free from the simulation, the soul waking up and rising up out the underworld. That's what this statue means. And Columbus and them didn't build it. The Pilgrims didn't build this. The Statue of Liberty come from the old world Gnostics who originally wrote the Bible. Before the Pilgrims showed up, before the Roman Empire showed up with their barbaric butts. The Vikings and the Buccaneers and the Raiders, they weren't teaching liberation. They was teaching slavery. Tell me I'm lying. That's right. They weren't teaching about a human being free. They was teaching about how can we put chains around these people's neck. Let me give a shout out to Galactic Virgo. Thank you for sponsoring this broadcast. The Statue of Liberty is Enoch. And another version of this deity is Krishna, the beast that rise up from the sea, the light bearer. Enoch is the light bearer. The people with the light inside of them, they can shift their consciousness to other realms. Some people say if your pineal gland ain't calcified, then you can connect to the universe or connect to the heavens. When we say if your pineal gland ain't calcified, what we're saying, man, if you have a soul seated at the seat of your soul. It ain't no pineal gland calcification, because it ain't a physical gland. When they cut the brain open, they don't see nothing in that empty chamber. The Egyptians called it the hidden one, because all of they instruments detect the most of your brain activity coming from the center of the brain. But ain't nothing there. How the most activity coming from a place where we can't see nothing at? Because it is something there, is outside of our visible spectrum. What we call in the spiritual realm, the ancients just called it the unseen realm. We get to a certain height, and guess what? It's darkness up there. But all of our equipment detect that there's something up here, but it's just darkness. They call it space. But the ancestors, what they call in dark matter or space, it's a whole nother realm that is hidden from us. It's like a silhouette of darkness, like a whole reality above us, but we can't see it with our eyes, because our eyes are just calibrated for this particular realm. It's there, but we can't see it. In other words, our physical body is limiting us to only seeing 1% of reality. So there's 90% of reality that is around us that we can detect, but we can't visually see. There's 90% of a reality around us that is inaudible to our ears, but with certain fancy, expensive microphones, your meter will get a move. You hear what I'm saying? Let me give a shout out to XRAC and Soma BT. Thank y'all for sponsoring this broadcast. I'm going to answer all questions on these super chats at the end. Thank y'all. Imagine every time I talk, my sound meter move. Imagine being in a room that's perfectly quiet. You can't hear nothing. You can hear a needle drop. It's so quiet. But your sound meter is picking up. Your sound meter is in the red. Your sound meter going off and it's saying that something is yelling. Your sound meter is acting a fool. It's saying like a bomb is going off. Like it's picking up a loud sound, but nobody hear it. Now, dogs may can hear it. Some animals may can hear it. But what I'm trying to get you to see, there are inaudible sounds, and these inaudible sounds make up 90%. Excuse me. The sound that we can hear on our musical scale with our human ears makes up 1% of all there is to hear in the universe. And everything your eyes see makes up 1% of all there is to see in the universe. So this hidden 99% is what's called the veil or the firmament dome. And what it is like in a video game when you get to a locked part of the map. Drop a 1 if you ever played a video game and you get to a part of the map that the creators don't want you to go to. You gotta unlock that some kind of other way so you can see it, but it's like a silhouette. It's like it's an invisible barrier keeping you from going any further. That's what this firmament dome is. It's where our reality ends and another one begins. And just because we don't see the reality above us, the ancients said it's there. But it's outside of our visible spectrum, outside of what we can detect with our senses. And we can't detect much, which is why the ancestors spent a lot of time in meditation to heighten these other senses that we got that can bypass sight, smell, and all this stuff. Because once you unlock your kundalini, you can shift your consciousness out of your body and just see these other realities that we're blinded to. The reason we can't see this other realm is because the same reason why when you're dreaming, the you that's in the bed can't physically see the dream world. The part of you that see the dream world is your consciousness. And when that part of you come back from the dream and shift back to the you in the bed sleeping, then the you in the bed can tell about the dream. But it didn't go there. What went there? Your mind is a traveler. Your mind gonna live on when your body die. And I told people, I coined this, and this statement gonna live on long after me. But I made this up. And the statement is, we don't die when we stop breathing, we die when we stop thinking. And when you think about that, we're immortal because neural activity never ceased to exist. They still detect neural activity to the moment, you detect the neural activity on these bodies weeks after a person breathed a last breath. And it's just as strong as it was when they was alive. So when people are like in vegetable states and coma states, they brain patterns play out stories like happiness, sadness. They get butterflies in their stomach, but they land in a hospital bed. But people that study in their brain activity can tell you, hey, it looks like he's at some sort of sexual moment right now or some sort of combative moment, because they know these patterns that our brain produce when we experiencing certain experiences. If a person is in a vegetable state, and according to what we know about consciousness with physics today, then they should be nowhere. Because according to our modern understanding of physics, the brain creates thoughts. And according to ancient people, thoughts aren't created. Thoughts are like a broadcast that's been broadcasted from a higher realm, and the mind is just, or the brain, my bad, is just a receiver of this signal, this broadcast, no different than your radio receiving a broadcast from the radio station, and now we hearing a song on our radio. When you're thinking, the brain isn't creating thoughts, it's channeling thoughts and processing this information from a higher reality. And this is what we learned in the 40s with Project Stargate. We also learned that when you take an action, the brain treats what happens when we act something out, our brain is treating the action as if we already carried it out before we even think about it. That's crazy. I always have to repeat that one twice. Our brain treats an action like it already happened before we even think about the action. And many scientists said that this is proof that we're in a simulation. And this is what the ancestors was talking about. Deja vu is proof we're in a simulation. Meaning our actions aren't original thoughts that we're coming up with in real time and acting out. Your body is like a puppet on a string receiving a broadcast from a higher realm telling it what to do. Everything you doing is already written out before you even think about it. This why the Bible said it was written. In the beginning was the script, the words to the simulation. You just acting them out. So let me give a shout out to Leonard Robinson. Thank you for supporting this broadcast. Enoch is a threat because the Book of Enoch is direct opposition to the space program. You got a program that's telling you you're going to leave the earth physically with rockets. And the prophets say you can't leave the earth physically. You have to shift your consciousness through the Van Allen belts or through the seven heavens. The first astronauts were astral travelers. So I want to explain something to you. If you're a lucid dreamer, if you're an astral traveler, guess what? You are the resurrection of the first space program. We didn't call it space, we called it the heavens. And not every human had the keen gift to astral project. Even today, if you ask everybody in your family, have you ever lucid dreamed? Have you ever astral projected? They'll say no. Some people have, some ain't. So you're rare. You have the gift of the gods. There's some people out there, this may sound crazy to you, but it's true. Some people never had deja vu before. Can you imagine never having deja vu before? You can't because you're a god. What you got to start realizing that if you have deja vu and if you lucid dream and astral project, you're not like everybody else, man. That's right. You would have been put to death back in the day by the Roman Empire, just like Jesus did. The real biblical Jesus would have been an enemy to the church, to the Roman Empire and the Caesars and the Pharisees and all of them. You know why? Because Jesus, the real Jesus, not the papal version, was doing the same thing Enoch was doing, telling people how to get off the earth and liberate their souls. But the Roman Empire didn't want their peasants to know that. The Roman Empire said that the only men in their society that can lead the earth are the great prophet, their prophets, the Pharisees and Sadducees, which are the false prophets, because they have not talked with God and they have not left the earth with their evil asses. That's right. You know doggone well that the Pope ain't activated his evil ass Kundalini. Come on now. These people telling you that they got God on speed dial while they hanging people and stoning them to death. But they the ones that's teaching the morality system. The ones that's burning women at the stake. Telling you we got God phone number, but you ain't got it. Because God want to talk to the most righteous men. And what would be more righteous than a peasant? Not a Pharisee. But see, how do you fool these people? Because they told the people that God favored the most had the most physical wealth. And we still in that system today. Your rich people, we look at them like, man, God blessed them with a lot. I wonder why God blessing them with that much. Maybe I need to listen to what they saying. Maybe I need to. It's a hierarchical system based upon money and capitalism, not enlightenment. Because what happens is we say this person got a lot of money because God blessed them a lot. And if God blessed them a lot, maybe they got a better relationship with God than me. And if they got a better relationship with God than me, I need to be up under them, learning from them. That's going to be my mentor. And that's how you get the corrupted system that we got today. So, really, the people who would have been at the top of your society would have been the people who was able to, who was good at this gift the most. So just like when the CIA and the Soviets was doing their experiments, the humans that can astral project the best, they can stay over on the other side the longest. They can remember more when they come back, stuff like that. They was rewarded the most. Like guinea pigs, give them a little snack, like a little old good old little dog. But the CIA was rewarding these people who had these spiritual gifts because they was studying it, trying to reverse engineer it. But before the CIA was rewarding people for having that ability, our ancestors had a whole social system based upon the people that can ascend the highest. They were the people that was teaching everyone else how to go the high. Like, how you did that? How did you go up to the seventh heaven, man? It's like we're all Navy divers, and these people know how to dive the deepest. And they were the teachers to the rest of us divers how to go to the deepest, the highest heavens. And we based up our physical social structure off of the spiritual astral system of ascension, meaning that the souls that can ascend the highest were at the highest of our social structure in society. So it was as above, so below. There was no difference between what we did in the spiritual or astral plane and how it carried over to the physical plane. And another way to see this is to think about augmented reality. In an augmented reality, we can live in a parallel reality in a computer where we got a whole nother digital avatar to represent us. And whatever our digital avatar does in the simulated realm, like if it goes to work or whatever, that'll translate to money in this realm. So imagine us having digital profiles in a digital simulation that we lived in simultaneously with this one. And everything we did in that digital world translated to this world, and there was no distinguishing. So if you made $500 in your digital profile world, it carried on to your bank account here too. This is the way that the ancestors said, let thy will be done on earth as it is in heaven. Let everything we do in the ethereal realms carry over to the realm we're in now. Because when you live in a world where everybody is like Enoch, everybody is gifted and they able to get out their body and no one's in slavery. Everyone is tapped into their spiritual gifts like Enoch. Then guess what? Everyone is meeting up on these other realms, continuing to live on simultaneously with this realm. Right? So if me and my brother is astral projecting to the same second parallel reality, we're going to talk about it when we come back here and continue that reality here. And there will be no separation between what we do in the astral plane and what we do here. You feel me? If everyone got this gift. Because you will show up at work tomorrow and your boss will be like, man, why did you call off in heaven number 6? You know, I'm just giving you a crazy comedic example, but, you know, we would be living all in these different parallel realities all together. So when we come here, there will be no distinction. We would all converse about what happened in these realms, and that'll be recorded as history too, even though it didn't even happen in this particular reality. So when we're reading the Bible and all of these prophetic books, we're reading recordings of things that took place in the astral realm. People that was recording stuff out of body. All right? That's why we can't understand it. When we read a lot of these books and the prophets talk about traveling up to the 3rd heaven, 4th heaven, and the beast rising up out the sea, that's Krishna coming up from the waters below. That's Enoch breaking the waters above. They demonized all of this knowledge and turned it into Satan, the great beast rising up out the sea. But let me show you what the beast is real quick so we can get the spookism out the way. The ancestors was teaching that the consciousness is a serpent. It's a sine wave of energy. And they personified this sine wave. The spirit is a spiral. And a spiral is a sine wave. They personified the spirit, the spiral, the sine wave as a serpent. And the ancestors taught that our spirit, our consciousness can leave the body and rise up and travel the heavens above, the waters above. And the concept of the great serpent rising up and from the waters was talking about out-of-body experience. When this serpent, when the consciousness within the body that's seated at the spinal cord, the central nervous system, Satan, which is Santa, which is center, which is why the serpent is in the middle of the garden. It's personifying the soul within man being lifted up. And this is why Moses lifted up the serpent, because Moses was teaching the Kundalini rising up, which is the same thing that Enoch was teaching. The consciousness shifting through the heavens. And they don't want us knowing that, y'all. And they replace all of this with the space program. So when people ask them about traveling the sky and up and what the stars traveling up there, they talk to you about astronauts and stuff. They start giving you the barbaric version. They point you to the modern day Pharisees and Sadducees of the Roman Empire. And they tell you the same thing that they told people back in the day. You peasants can't talk to the Greek gods. Oh, listen to me now. The Roman was such a barbaric empire. They knew the path of ascension, but they didn't teach it to their people. They condemn their people. They told their people ain't nothing up there but Mercury, Jupiter, Venus, Mars, and a bunch of Greek bougie gods that didn't want to have nothing to do with humans. And then they told their people, their peasants, the only people who the gods will talk to is the bougie ass Pharisees and Sadducees. That's what the church was teaching people back in the day. They said, hey, when people looked at the sky and asked questions, the Caesar told them the heavens ain't a place for poor peasants. The heaven is a place for the bougie ass Pharisees and Sadducees who had enriched themselves by keeping the people blind. Don't that sound familiar? Ain't that's what NASA doing? Because people bought into what the Pharisees and Sadducees was saying. They paid donations and tithing to the Pharisees and the Sadducees for their divine knowledge. Why? Because they had a monopoly on the heavens. Anybody asking questions about the heavens, go to the Pharisees and Sadducees, because them the only men that can go up there to the heavens. See, before the church, everybody was teaching that anybody can go up there and talk to God or go to the heavens, as they call it. But after the church, it was taught that you can't go to heaven unless you go through somebody. And it may be Jesus. Back in the day, it was the Pharisees. But when the church took over, you needed a middleman. There was no direct connection to the heavens. And guess what, people? That's what the Book of Enoch represent. The Book of Enoch represent man having a direct connection to the heavens without a space program, without NASA, without a prophet, without a Pharisee and Sadducee, with just your own discipline and your own ability to activate your kundalini through working on yourself and self-mastery. And the Roman Empire didn't want peasants to master themselves, because you know what you become when you master yourself, y'all? A master, not a peasant. You only became a peasant when they stopped you from mastering yourself. And you stopped mastering yourself when you started looking at the Caesar as a master and yourself as a servant. And you start to outsource all of this responsibility to your overseers. And that's what we do now. We leave the knowledge of the heavens in the hands of the experts and the astrophysicists. So this is why Enoch was removed. Enoch is one man who ascended up to the heavens without nobody help. He didn't need no Caesar. He didn't need no bishop. He didn't need no rocket. He didn't need no deacon. Yeah, they had to get that out of the Bible, man. Because what they teaching everybody today, we can't leave the earth. We can't travel the heavens. And you had prophets telling us the way how to get out the body, how to travel the heavens. They got rid of all that. This was your first space program, and it had nothing to do with rockets. It had everything to do with astral projection, out-of-body spirit psychology. You can't leave this earth physically, y'all, and that's written all over the place. All the ancients said that. We figuring that out with science now. They telling, well, we can't make it through the Van Allen belts. You know why? Because our last layer of the atmosphere represents a barrier where a whole new reality begins at. And guess what? The lightest element on our periodic table is the heaviest element in that realm. Do you see what I'm saying? The world above you, if you raise up to that world, you would the first layer of that world would be the heaviest element on this periodic table. And everything as you go will get lighter and lighter. You get what I'm saying? The ancestors didn't look at these different layers. Let me rephrase that. The ancestors didn't have a concept of a physical realm and a spiritual realm. To them, everything was physical. Everything was quote unquote matter. It was just different states of matter. And what this barrier is that we can't make it through, it's a barrier of light. Sanchez, what you mean a light barrier? Let me show you something, right? There are three main states of matter that they teach us about: solid, liquid, and gas. But guess what? There's a fourth state of matter, because there's four states of matter, just like there's four elements: earth, water, wind, and fire. All of the elements represent a different state of matter. So solid would be earth, water would be liquid, air would be gas, fire represents light, plasma. And guess what they ain't telling y'all? When a solid becomes a liquid and a liquid becomes a gas, guess what happens? The gas becomes a light. It becomes a spectrum of light that's outside of our ability to see. They lied to y'all. They said when elements transition through states of matter, they go from solid, liquid to gas, from solid, liquid to gas. That's a lie. The ancestors said stuff go from solid, liquid, gas to ether. Solid, liquid, gas to light, then back to solid, liquid, gas, then to light. Meaning like a lightning bolt, a plasma state of matter, which is invisible, what we call in the spiritual realm. When the smoke disappears, it don't cease to exist. The smoke transitions to another state of matter that we can't see. When you set some on fire and it turns from liquid, it go to melting, and then it go to smoke, and the smoke disappear, it don't stop there. It goes to another state of matter called plasma, and this can be an invisible state. Now, guess what's crazy? The ether is plasma. It's an invisible barrier. We can't make it out of there because we don't know how to interact with this fourth state of matter. Our so-called physical world is only confined to the trinity of solid, liquid, and gas. And once it's time for us to interact with ether, we don't have no technology that can manipulate the ether. And what we find out is that what's so crazy about the ether, it manipulates us. If that make any sense. We don't have any technology. For example, we can make a boat, and we can interact with the water with technology to make us go fast. We can make submarines, boats. We got airplanes. We got technology that can interact with the air and do a good job of interacting with the air. We got stuff under the ground that can do just like a boat in the water. It can drill its way, and it can go a couple of miles per hour just cutting through the dirt like butter, like a submarine in the water. So we can manipulate these three states of matter very well. Solid, liquid, and gas. But it's this fourth state of matter. No matter how smart we get, we'll never even be able to manipulate it, not even 0.1%. That's how complex the nature of the ether is. So we're stuck in a barrier of solid, liquid, gas, and that's what we call an earth. And we're asking ourselves, how do we make it out of solid, liquid, and gas? The ancestors answered that. They said we must become light. The fourth state of matter that we're calling light or fire is literally the stuff that our soul is made out of. So our body can't penetrate this barrier. Only our soul can, if that make any sense. Because solid, liquid, and gas can't transcend ether, but ether can transcend ether. So what that's telling us is that the only thing that can cross over this barrier is our thoughts, our consciousness, our soul, which is ether. And that's what the prophet Enoch is teaching us in the book. It's giving us a lot of information about how to lead the earth and the science behind ascension. They can't teach that today. The space program is the old system of the Pharisees and Sadducees, and those Pharisees and Sadducees got Jesus put to death because Jesus was going against that system too, just like Enoch. Jesus was saying, ye are gods. The kingdom of heaven is in you. You know what the Pharisees was teaching? That the kingdom of heaven is in the sky and that no one can go to it but them. Guess who telling us that today? The astronauts. The astronauts are your modern Pharisees and Sadducees. They make up less than 1% of the entire Earth population, and they got a monopoly on what we think about the sky and the heavens and what's up there. And when you ask about what's up there, they say we the only ones that went up there, so everyone else shut up. If you're not an astronaut, shut your mouth. If you ain't an astrophysicist, shut your mouth. It gives them a monopoly on the conversation about up there and how to get up there. Let me refresh because I've been missing the super chats and I wasn't doing it on purpose. My screen was froze, so let me read. Let me give a shout out to Hero Tamani. Thank you for sponsoring today's broadcast. And let's give a shout out to Miss Make Me a Drink. Thank you for sponsoring today's broadcast. Let's welcome our new member to the family, Side Quest Archeress. Side Quest Archeress. Let's clap it up for the new member. And let's drop a bomb for the new member, and let's drop a bomb to show appreciation for the people that's sponsoring today's broadcast. And we're going to get right back into it. Make sure if you're in here in attendance that you hit the like and share button. Don't be selfish with this knowledge.
Sanchez cocinado.
So these imposters right here are the ones, they are what I call the false prophets. These are the false prophets, y'all, and the synagogue of Satan that have deceived the whole world. That's what the Roman Empire, the Catholic Church have done. These are the false prophets that have lied to man, that they've walked the heavens, they've seen the heavens, and that they can give you the knowledge of the heavens, but they are imposters and frauds. The people who had the knowledge of the heavens are long gone. The prophets of old, the Mayan, the Olmec, the original writers of the Bible, before they removed Enoch and all of that. These are your real, when you look at the astronauts today, they are the modern day Pharisees, and let me move this. They're the modern day Pharisees and Sadducees, and they saying the same thing that they were saying back in the day. If you ain't been up there, shut your mouth, because they wanted a monopoly on this stuff. But what Enoch represent is what the Statue of Liberty represent: equality and justice for everyone. What this statue is talking about is an old world system where everyone shared the knowledge of ascension. It wasn't occult knowledge. It became a cult when they banned Enoch. And when they banned Enoch, they had to tell us a lie about the Statue of Liberty, because liberation was being taught all around the world. People all around the world was teaching about the liberation and the resurrection of the soul. And this is what the Statue of Liberty represent: liberation of the soul. It was part of a spiritual system. It's not a political statue. It had nothing to do with capitalism, because capitalism is not about equality. It's about rich get rich, poor get poor. Nothing that the Statue of Liberty stands for it doesn't align itself with the system that we live in today. That's right. The people who run the system we live in today, they're barbarians, and they got us in an old barbaric capitalist system. And these barbarians were not Christians, okay? They're not Christians. The Christians are the ones that built the Statue of Liberty. And they was teaching about liberation. They was teaching what Enoch is showing us. One of the very first deities that we don't give a lot of credit to, and what y'all probably think that I'm lying about, but I'm gonna share some with you. Because one of the earliest deities that represented liberation before all of this, I gotta give him some props, man. You may think I'm tripping, but we gotta put some respect on the genie name, man. Everybody drop, don't they got a genie lamp emoticon? Drop that in the chat room. Drop me some genie emojis. Because what people don't realize, the genie is the Statue of Liberty. That's why the genie is blue. The genie rising up out the lamp is the Statue of Liberty rising up out the box, the cube of Saturn, which is why you see the Statue of Liberty on that box. This is also Jack in the Box, or Jacob's ladder, Jacob's ladder. People was teaching the story of resurrection, the story of traveling the heavens, way before the false prophets and the false Christ that run the world today. The Statue of Liberty is the original Christ. The modern day white guy with the crown of thorns, that's the papal version. That version got you on your knees praying to a spook god for immortality when your soul can't die anyway. Energy can't cease to exist. Energy can't be created or destroyed. But the church convinced y'all that you can burn in hell, that a sine wave can be burnt with some fire, y'all. Look. What? If you knew what your soul was, you'd know that it can't be burnt with fire. That's just facts. You've been lied to. So, the Statue of Liberty is a form of Enoch. And they had to lie about what it means when they took Enoch out the Bible. When they removed Enoch, they was taking us away from the old world knowledge and turning it into occultism. They was demonizing the serpent. They was creating this fear about Lucifer, the light bearer. But the light bearer, let me show you the one that bear the light. It's the serpent. Look at the Kundalini. How come the serpent is the light bearer? Because the highest chakra is the crown chakra. Let me show you something. The serpent is the light bearer because the serpent is holding a ball of light. It's lifting up a ball of light like the Statue of Liberty. Where the ball of light at? Right here. Here go the ball of light, y'all. Look at it. The serpent is lifting that up. Look at the serpent. It's literally lifting up the crown. That's why we see the sky open above Jesus. Look at Jesus. Jesus represents the serpent. That's why before Jesus, Moses had the serpent on the cross. It both represent resurrection. The serpent, Satan, represent our journey in the body as humans. It represent the Kundalini. And the genie is just a serpent. He's a serpent god with a tail. Him coming up out the lamp is them teaching you the old knowledge of resurrection and liberation, just like Lady Liberty. The genie is a form of the Statue of Liberty. It's showing you liberation of the soul. You leaving the genie leaving the lamp was them telling you about the soul leaving the dome, leaving the simulation. But they corrupted all of this. And that's why we think that the genie is just some cartoon now. When real talk, the genie was one of the first forms of resurrection before Christ, before Enoch and all that. That's right. I'm going to say that again. The genie predates even Enoch. Because the genie is just the serpent man. It's a Nagini. That's why I get the word genie. It's a Nagini. The word Nagini just became Nagini. But the genie is very old, and it ain't a cartoon character. It's an archetype to symbolize a resurrected soul. This just meant that a person passed away and the soul inside of them was lifted up. That's why they said that the serpent was lifted up. It just meant that the soul within man will live on when he dies. In other words, ancient people wanted it to be known that there was life after death. That's right. In other words, it was important for ancient people to let the whole world know that we proven life after death, because our ancestors was doing so much experiments and they were so advanced. And one of the greatest breakthroughs, the biggest breakthrough in science that was ever made in the universe, was us proving life after death or resurrection. That was a whole institution of science. And the CIA was doing some of the same research our ancestors was doing to prove life after death and parallel realities, or to prove the heavens or the ethers, the other realms, right? So it wasn't a religious system. It was a spiritual science system. And I put them two words together because the spiritual system was very scientific. There was no such thing as we practicing spirituality over here and science over here. No, our ancestors was proving their spiritual system with their science system. Everything they said about what the soul did and didn't do was backed up with research, studying neural pathways, neural activity, and brain research. The same stuff we doing today. We've already proven life after death today. They just not ready to tell everyone, because guess what? The church is a multi-trillion-dollar industry, and it's a tool of mind control. The CIA been knowing all of this knowledge I'm teaching you. But you think they're going to rewrite the Bible? You think they're going to undo this entire empire that they built off of us being ignorant to our real ability as gods? They've tamed you and turned you to a worshiping servant, foaming at the mouth, saying, hallelujah, hallelujah, hallelujah. And a tamed soul ain't a liberated soul. And guess what Enoch represent? A liberated soul. That's why they had to get rid of it, family. That's right. That's why they had to get rid of it. You see that light on Jesus' head? What does it look like? The Statue of Liberty, don't it? Look at it. You see them spikes coming out of Jesus' head? That's because Jesus is the Statue of Liberty. Them the liberty spikes, it's 7 of them. It's a 7-headed dragon rising up out the sea, and it ain't nothing to be scared of because it's you and me. And yes, that rhyme. Yes, it's cheesy, but it rhyme. It's a 7-headed dragon coming up out the sea, and it ain't nothing to be feared because it represent you and me. Facts. The genie is one of the world's first archetypes for resurrection, Prove it to me, Sanchez. I'll prove it to you. You know me, I'm a syncretist. It's my job, man. And I'm a good syncretist. I'm very good at this. See, the concept of the genie leaving the lamp can be seen right here, ladies and gentlemen, in Samaria. Look at this. Now, I want you to do me a big favor, and I want you to listen up now. Do me a big favor. If you've been looking at this image for years and you've never seen this as a genie leaving the lamp, send $2 to my Cash App right now. I ain't even bullshitting. Show your support, because guess what? This kind of stuff, it ain't supported. If I was talking gossip and all that, it'll be a bunch of folks here donating. It'll be to the bull crap. So if you can, you can. If you can't, you can't. But what I'm saying is this. If I just gave you an aha moment, hit the Cash App, hit the Super Chat, support the show. I'm going to keep this rolling. A lot of y'all been seeing this image for a long time, but you don't see how this Sumerian image was plagiarized by the Westerners and turned into this monstrosity. They had to redefine all of this symbolism and water it down. So when people see this guy, they don't think about none of this deep knowledge. They think about Aladdin and Walt Disney. You see? Now watch this, right? This image right here is one of the first concepts of the genie leaving the lamp right here. Not only that, this right here is one of the first concepts of Noah leaving the ark and Noah sending the bird out of the ark. Shout out to Black Magic and to Enoch. Shout out to all of y'all for the deuces. Hit me with the deuces if I just gave you something right there. Because check this out. When you look at this image right here, they reinterpreted that to what I'm about to show you right now. Watch this. In the Noah story, Noah releases a bird from the ark. Let me give a shout out to Kwee. I like that, Kwee. Shout out, thank y'all for the support. Check that out. Shout out to Miss Make Me a Drink. Appreciate y'all. You see how we're telling stories today that have been told for years, way before the papacy and the barbarians came? We've been telling these stories. They telling them now, and the new stories hide all the knowledge. You know why how it hides the knowledge? Because the new stories are hidden behind literal interpretations. That's right. None of this stuff was meant to be taken literally. So what did the papacy do after the reset? They took all of this old world knowledge and they retold it. And when they retold it, they told it people to believe in it literally. They didn't tell it as symbolism. Shout out to Fun and Mamacita. Thank you so much for the deuces. Yeah, when they retold this story, the new stories were meant to be taken literally. All of the new stories told under the papacy and Abrahamism are the ones that are meant to be taken literally. But think about this. If the new story is a plagiarized version and was stolen, then the people that's giving you the new story and telling you that it's meant to be taken literally, why would you listen to them over the old people that first made these stories and symbols, and they telling you it wasn't to be taken literal, it was to teach about your soul's journey to heaven? Who you gonna believe? The people that stole it or the people that created the shit? So you got this news story of the Noah sending the bird out of an ark. But guess where they stole that from? Right here. Right here. This is in Samaria right here. But this was being taught in America too. Watch this. Watch this. You ever notice that there's a bird at the top of all these totem poles in Mesoamerica? Let me show you some what syncretism does. When you get good at syncretism, you could do stuff like this. Check this out. There's a bird at the top of all these for a reason. This was Jesus Christ, y'all. When they said that the bird landed on the cross, it's right here. But see, don't this look like a devil trident? Yep, they turned it into Satanism. That's what I keep telling you. Satan ain't evil. Satan is the light bearer. And who is the light bearer? The serpent that is holding up your consciousness, the central nervous system. Right here. The serpent that's holding up the crown chakra. So, look, the story of our consciousness leaving out of our head, out the top of our own head, right? It was told right here. And this became Jesus on a mountain in between two thieves. This became Jesus with a halo around him. Because look at what this God got, a circle around him. Look at this God. You see this God got a big belt around him, a halo. This became Jesus wearing a circle or a halo, and it became a Holy Ghost bird landing on the cross in between some two thieves. And in the new story, everyone take it literal. But in this old concept, it was teaching you what's going to happen when you die. It wasn't trying to lie to you about you going to burn forever if you don't listen to what I say and give me $100 right now in my collection plate, nigga. This is Jacob's ladder. Way before the biblical Jacob ladder story start right here. This is Jacob's ladder. And so this became this little ball of light leaving out the dome. This little ball of light, your consciousness, leaving out your head, literally became a story being told about how we shift realities. Enoch ain't a real physical man. The Bible told you can't no flesh and blood enter the kingdom of heaven, silly. People will think that Enoch was physically lifted up. No. Enoch is just another archetype for the soul. Enoch is personifying the spirit inside of man. Enoch is no different than this serpent right here in your body. Enoch is representing this serpent leaving the body out of the crown chakra, out of the dome, out of the sky vault. That's what Enoch is representing. He's not a physical man on a physical earth. It's a story that's told about the serpent being uplifted. And Enoch is an old form of that serpent that was uplifted, representing liberation or resurrection or man's immortality or a promise of the hereafter. Shout out to Anthony. Thank you for the deuces, family. And shout out to Passport Persona. Thank you for the deuces, guys. So, what I'm gonna do here, we're gonna go ahead and start to go into this CIA stuff, and we'll skip back and show you some more synchronicities between Enoch and other different gods, like what I've been doing here with Noah. In fact, before we get into the CIA concept, it's some more stuff I want to tell you about Noah, Enoch, and all that. I'm moving too fast. Let me slow down, because we ain't going nowhere. Hit the like and share button, people. And we need to do some etymology before we go into our CIA portion. we need to do some etymology. And we're going to do the etymology for Enoch and Noah so we can break these names down and be thorough, because a lot of people don't like to be thorough. Now, let's read together, and then we're going to go to the board and do some etymology. What is Noah in etymology? Noah is not a person. Did you hear me? Noah is not a person. Prove it to me, Sanchez. Look here. The word Noah comes from the Hebrew word noach, which means what? Rest. 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 Everyone know that a noun is not a verb. And everyone that know if Noah was a real person, Noah would be a noun. A person, place, or a thing is a noun. And I'm giving you some tools to add to your research. When you do the etymology of a name and you get a verb, that's letting you know that that deity was never a literal person. It was personifying a concept or an action. And in this case, liberation is when the soul finds rest. Liberation is when the soul is now rested and the soul is now out of the simulation and it's now can rest. Let me show you what I mean. Noah is not literal, is not a literal dude surviving a flood. What Noah represent is what the Pharaoh's showing us here, ascension, like Enoch in the cosmic boat. Noah's ark is your head. The ark is the dome. The flood is the fact that the brain ain't nothing but an ocean of water. When the consciousness traveled through the waters above, it's talking about the kundalini breaking through the brain. Once the kundalini passes the brain, it's out the body and it's out the world. Leaving the body is leaving the earth. This dome is your own head. And if that don't make sense to you, let me share some with you. If you're dreaming and I walk up to you in a dream and I say, hey man, what do you think the firmament dome is? And you say, I don't know what the dome is. Well, where are you right now? I don't know, Sanchez. Guess what? Your consciousness has shifted and it's inside of its own sleeping body in a dream. You're in yourself. That's why Jesus said the kingdom of heaven is within. When you look up at the sky, you looking at the end of your own neural highways, each one leading into a parallel reality. What's crazy is this right here. When you're in a dream, if I was to tell you that's your sky up there and this is your dream, you wouldn't believe me. You think you ain't in your dream because other people here with you. But all of us is in our own dream, and our dreams are all connected in a network like the internet. That's what life is. That's why we able to talk to each other. Everyone is in their own dream. But all of our dreams interconnected, merged together is making one collective reality. It still don't delete your individual dream and your individual reality. It still don't delete the fact that you can log off this collective experience and go travel plenty other more. We forgot the knowledge of that. So what Noah's Ark represent is what the Pharaoh's showing us here. Noah is taking his celestial journey through the waters above. So what this image is showing us, when the Pharaoh died, his soul travels the waters above through his Merkaba or through his starship. And you can see the Pharaoh outside of the earth and he's on top of the stars. Look at this, man. The Pharaoh is showing you himself on a boat on top of the damn stars, y'all. This ain't a damn astronaut traveling through space. This is the ancestors telling you that the only way you can travel the stars is through death and out-of-body experience. You can't physically go up there. You're going to reach a barrier, and they call it the Van Allen belts. It's 7 of them. Go figure, it's 7 layers of heaven according to the ancients. They telling you the truth. Watch this, right? Here is the Pharaoh outside of the earth realm on his starship traveling the primordial ocean above. This story was turned into Noah's Ark. The end of the world represent the end of your life cycle, the end of your life, like the Pharaoh. It was never saying that the whole world was going to end and one man was going to repopulate the earth by having sex with his own family members. A bunch of incest crap. This one man got off a boat and repopulates the whole earth. He got 2 of every animal on a boat, and then none of those animals get to fighting with each other. He had insects on the boat too. Caterpillars, butterflies, frogs, turtles, beetles. And if you take this stuff literally, you're childish, man. You're childish. And that's the way the papacy wants you to be. Decoding these symbols gives us back spiritual maturity as a collective and shows us we're God's, and with that is accountability and responsibility that we got. That's right. So this story of the Pharaoh traveling the waters above was turned into Noah on his ark. And we can move on, and you can see that on this ark, you can see the bird, the Pharaoh's soul is personified as a bird. You can see it right here. There's a bird that represents the soul of the Pharaoh in his cosmic boat. And when he completes his journey on the celestial Nile or the waters above, his soul is free, or the bird is released from the ark. In other words, the bird is released from the ark. But this story of the great flood, it wasn't literal. It don't mean that the earth we're living in was flooded with water, right? It's saying that you're already underwater right now. The sky is water, man. You're breathing it. Let me show you something real quick. Let me show you what the great flood is so it won't confuse you. There are 7 ethers, and all of them are separated by mediums that won't mix with each other. So the last layer of our reality is beginning, it's next to a whole different reality above us that begins. And whatever this medium is, that is the last layer of our reality, it will not mix with whatever this other medium is above it. And all of our knowledge, all of our technology is only made to manipulate all of the elements and states of matter that's below this mysterious layer that they call in space. It ain't space. It's just another state of matter that we don't know how to approach it. They call it dark matter. We ask them, what space made out of? Dark matter. It's a state of matter that we don't know about it. We know about it, but we lost the knowledge. And the reason they don't want us to know about it is because, think about it. This state of matter that I'm telling you about, whatever it is, it's the same thing our soul is. So if they go to telling us what dark matter is, if they go to telling us what this other state of matter is, they will literally be telling you what your soul is.
That's right.
So the people that's trying to hide the power within us is trying to hide the power without us, you know, because they say as within, so without, as above, so below. And the people that's trying to hide the knowledge of the nature of the state of matter above us, space, is because they're trying to hide the nature of the state of matter within us, below us. Because as within, so without. Whatever the ether is made out of the same stuff our soul made of. And it said that our soul is made of pure light. So what's housing the physical so-called elements inside of this prison called Earth is a light barrier. And the only people that can cross over the light barrier are the light beings. And according to the ancestors, there's some people on this earth that can't cross over, man. And man, I'm so fucking happy that I'm not one of them, bro. Listen, drop a 1 in the chat room if you happy you got a soul. Now, some people may rejoice that they got Jesus, that they got the Holy Ghost in them. Bro, when you learn what Enoch was trying to tell us, you're going to see why the people in power going to hell. And they don't care either because they can't go to heaven. They're condemned. So they want to tell everybody we can't go to space. That's what the devil does. The devil know damn well he can't go to heaven. So the devil gonna tell everybody else we can't go to heaven. No, nigga, speak for yourself with your evil ass. You can't go. That's the space program got the symbol of a serpent. They telling the whole world we can't go to heaven. Basically, we can't go to space. But guess what they found out? We can go to space. They was finding out in the 40s that we can go to any of them stars we want to by, check this out. Every star in the sky is a stargate, is a portal. Each one is a unique frequency like a radio station. And guess what? We had the technology and equipment to put people in alternative mind states to seduce them, sedate them, like what the CIA did, and play certain tones that are in alignment with certain stars, because every star playing its own tone and frequency. And if a person going to sleep and you play that tone to them while they going to sleep, you're literally navigating the heavens with sound. You're literally, this is how, like when we travel physically, we use Google Maps and we say, I want to go to this place. But when you point to a star in the sky, you go there by projecting your consciousness like a radio antenna, broadcasting signal, a broadcasting system. So we can go to any star in the sky by tuning into that star's unique cymatic frequency. And when we go to sleep, instead of reading a bedtime story and falling asleep with the TV off, because think about this. You ever fell asleep with the TV on and you started dreaming about what you was watching on TV? Because our consciousness can shift into alternative realities based upon what we doing leading up to us going to bed. Which is why they said don't let children watch scary movies before beds, because they're going to go there. They're going to have nightmares. These scary movies are gateways into real parallel realities with real ugly creatures that exist. Stephen King and all of these people, they're not creating original thoughts. They're tapping into alternative universes where some of the most craziest scenarios are playing out. Shit from horror movies. Dante described the same thing in the Inferno. It's universes out there, man, where we fucking de-evolved to a state where we don't even resemble humans no more. We resemble a whole nother organism in some of these underworlds, parallel realities where different variables played out. But we can shift to these different parallel realities. And the CIA knew that, and they found out in the 40s how to leave the earth with out-of-body experiences and cymatics, hypnotization. They found out in the 40s how to leave the earth and travel the heavens. And guess what they did in the 50s? They hid all of that knowledge and came out with the space program and said, we can't leave the earth. And they started corrupting everyone, giving you the false knowledge that NASA giving you with the astronauts. And they basically brought back that old papal system of Pharisees and Sadducees through the astronauts. The Roman Empire had already invaded America, but they didn't fully invade all of the spiritual systems. There was a spiritual war being fought long after we lost the land and became slaves. We had been slaves for hundreds of years. But the spiritual systems we had, they didn't take that yet. Those slowly mutated over time. Don't you know that the hardest thing to delete is a person's spirituality and spiritual system? That's hard to delete. What we're witnessing today with the flat earth versus globe earth and the NASA, the space program in the 50s, that's an old war, a spiritual war of the Roman Empire trying to get rid of the ancient spiritual system that was already here before they conquered the land. So that war carried on into the space program because the ancient people was teaching that the way that you leave the earth is what Enoch was saying and what the Mayan was saying. So the people that took this land and they wanted to detach us from the ancestral knowledge that we had before they enslaved us, they gave you a new object of resurrection, and that was Jesus Christ. And when they gave you that one, they hid the truth by telling everyone to take it literally. Now people worship symbols, which is paganism. Even the Bible tells you don't do that. At first, we decoded symbols, and we empowered ourselves with the knowledge that was embodied by the symbol. But with the church programming and papal programming, we take the symbols literally, and it creates what's called the institution of religion. And that's by design. It's a system of spiritual bondage and slavery. Let me give a shout out to my good brother Awakening Minds. And I want to give a shout out to Passport Persona. Thank y'all for these super chats. Shout out to Nell Fox and to D. Allen Warren. Shout out to all of you guys for the super chats. To Anthony, only one. Eno. The Eno in Enoch stands for one. Because Jet Li the one, Neo the one. It's the same story of leaving the simulation. You spot on, brother. And this brother's a Black Panther in Denver, North Carolina. Shout out to Anthony. I think I'm reading your super chat right. Much love. Yeah, Enoch is the Phoenix. If you take the P and the H off of Phoenix, you get Enoch. But remember that the X is also CH. Everyone know that another way you pronounce the X is CH. So when you say Phoenix, when you take the P and the H off of Phoenix, you get Enoch. Or Enoch. The X is a CH. That's facts. The bird that they call a phoenix, that's Enoch coming up out the simulation. The bird rising up out of Noah's Ark. It was actually a winged serpent. It wasn't just a bird, it was a winged serpent. But Enoch is the light bearer. But listen, Jesus is the light bearer. Lucifer is the light bearer. Enoch is the light bearer. Guess who else is the light bearer? Noah. They just replaced the light with a white bird. But Noah is a light bearer. Look. Noah is a light bearer because instead of them having a ball of light, the soul can be a white dove too. But this image is no different than this image. Look at the sacred geometry. Look. I'm trying to show y'all something about the position. Look. Let me see if I can do it. It's like this. 6'9". Shout out to that boy, the saint in the center. Shout out to the Baphomet energy. This is where they get it from. Enoch is another form of the light bearer, aka the Baphomet or Satan. Because I told you why Satan the serpent is the light bearer, because your kundalini is holding up your crown, which is a ball of light. It's simple, y'all. Enoch represents the kundalini. So does Noah. And it's holding up the light, which is the dove. Right? That's so again, so the Baphomet is a light bearer. If you look at the Baphomet, he's doing what Enoch doing with his hands. Watch this. Look at him bearing the light. Look at the light bearer. Because he's showing you darkness and light. But he got the light lifted up and the darkness put down. That means let your light shine above your darkness. The Baphomet was teaching us what Jesus was teaching us. This was no spookism. Don't let this stuff confuse you. Don't let it mystify you and turn you into a conspiracy theorist. You should be a Gnostic by now, man. When you gonna grow up? When y'all humans gonna grow the fuck up and quit misinterpreting these symbols with your fear and your mysticism and your spookism? When you gonna get your syncretism on, huh? They so spiritually immature that it makes my balls blue. He's showing you, let your light shine above your darkness. Let your good deeds outweigh your bad deeds. Check out what the Baphomet's showing you. He lifting up the light. Why do you think the Baphomet is called the light bearer? Why do you think the Statue of Liberty is called the light bearer? Why do you think Enoch is called a light bearer? And why you think all of this stuff is demonized today? Enoch was removed. The serpent was cursed. The Baphomet is occult practices. It's satanic. It's spooky. Stay away from it. So let's remove Enoch. Let's demonize the Statue of Liberty. Ain't nobody got nothing good to say about the Statue of Liberty. It's a transgender. It's the devil. It's because they all been programmed by the papacy to see everything with fear. The Statue of Liberty is holding up the light, just like the Baphomet. It's all teaching us liberation of the soul. It's all teaching us the higher self splitting and raising up out this lower self. Jonah leaving the whale. The Statue of Liberty holding that light up, that's the light bearer. And it ain't no Luciferian scary stuff. It's teaching about you. When you get past the spookism, you can start waking up, okay? Now, the Baphomet is holding up the light, just like the serpent and just like Enoch. They all are holding up the light, and just like Noah, holding up that light. Now, instead of the Baphomet holding a bird up, the Baphomet holding up what's called the white half of the yin yang. which is dealing with intuition and the higher self. He's just the yin yang. You know, the serpent splits the yin yang. But in this case, they said, look, we're going to make a different kind of yin yang. And instead of having a serpent split it, we're going to put a little goat right there. And he's going to be the one that's creating duality instead of the serpent. So it can be a serpent, a goat, a lion. There's so many different archetypes for this, the knowledge of duality and consciousness shifting, right? There's a lot of archetypes and they all teaching the same thing. So drop a 1 in the chat room if you would like to watch the CIA video clip one more time. It's 2 minutes before I go into my CIA portion, because we got 1,300 people in the building. We played the video earlier when I just had a few hundred, and I don't know if everyone saw it. And it's a little short video that, in my opinion, you need to see. It kind of sums up everything I'm about to go into and kind of gives you a pre-intro of all this stuff consolidated in like 2 minutes. So drop a 1. We can play the video again for the new people if y'all want to see. It's like a 2 minute about the CIA. And then after that, then I'm going to go right into my CIA portion. And then after that, we're going to do some more syncretism with like showing you different ways this same knowledge was expressed, because it's all over the place. We can either do that, we can beat the dead horse, or we can open up the call lines. I know y'all like me beating that dead horse because it's so many ways to teach, show how this stuff was taught in different cultures, different archetypes. It gets interesting. It's not boring to see how different people was teaching it and how all of this is the same stuff, you know. Let's do a vote though. Like, what y'all want to, people just dropping 1. So let's play that video again. I thought they would because a lot of people didn't see that video. It's only 2 minutes, and then I'll be able to go in deep without explaining too much. All right, let's play that again.
In 1987, during the Cold War, the CIA, or Central Intelligence Agency, became interested in studying astral projection. But why did they need to study astral projection? How did the CIA develop an interest in studying astral projection? And is astral projecting possible? Astral projection is the concept of an individual's consciousness or soul leaving their physical body to travel in a non-physical form. This is often linked to out-of-body experiences, where people feel they can visit different places or dimensions without physically moving. During astral projection, it's believed that a person's awareness or astral body separates from the physical body and explores other realms or planes of existence. Practitioners report being able to see their physical body from a distance and experience their surroundings in a different or heightened state of consciousness. The CIA explored this phenomenon through remote viewing, where individuals tried to perceive distant or unseen targets using extrasensory perception. These studies were part of Project Stargate, which ran from the 1970s to the 1990s.
Just think about the name of it, Stargate. Now, they named it Project Stargate, and we can literally see Enoch rising up through a Stargate. And we know that all of the prophets, the ascended prophets, was talking about the consciousness traveling through the 7 portals or the Stargates, because they didn't have a concept of stars. When the ancestors looked up at the sky, they didn't say, look at all them stars. No, they said, look at all those gates to heaven. Did you hear what I just said? I'm going to let the video play because I have a tendency to talk through. The videos be getting me crunk, man, because these little videos be having a lot of deep knowledge in them, and I be want to just touch on it. But I'm going to play the video, though. I just want to blabber just a little bit. It's the fact that they call it Stargate. Because the ancient people didn't say, look at the stars. They said, look at the gates to heaven. Look at the heavens gates. Those are gateways to heavens. That's how they looked at them. And that's what Enoch's showing us. It ain't no physical planet with water and rocks like they giving you with Mars and Jupiter. No. Enoch said these are gateways into other realities, and you can't even interact with them physically. You got to shift your consciousness through them. And we do this when we dream, y'all. We do it when we dream. Back to the video.
How did the CIA develop an interest in studying astral projection? The CIA's interest in studying astral projection, and more broadly remote viewing, stemmed from the Cold War era, when intelligence and military advantages were highly sought after. They were intrigued by reports that the Soviet Union was conducting similar research into psychic phenomena. This led the CIA to explore whether these abilities could be harnessed for espionage, intelligence gathering, and other military applications. Project Stargate was initiated to investigate the potential of using extrasensory perception to perceive distant or unseen targets. Is astral projecting possible? The possibility of astral projection remains a topic of debate. While many individuals claim to have experienced it, scientific evidence supporting its existence is lacking. The research had mixed results, and in 2003, declassified documents detailed the methods and findings. Despite some reported successes, the program was ended in 1995 due to unreliable outcomes. CIA's interest in astral projection during the Cold War era as part of Project Stargate reflects the agency's curiosity and pursuit of unconventional intelligence gathering methods. While the scientific evidence supporting astral projection remains inconclusive, the CIA's exploration of this phenomenon raises broader questions about the nature of consciousness, human potential, and the lengths to which organizations will go to gain a strategic advantage. This leads us to question, does the CIA lie to us? Whether or not astral projection is possible, the CIA's studies serve as a reminder of the complexities of the human mind and the mysteries that still remain to be explored.
All right, people, I'm about to go into my CIA portion of this, and this is where it's going to get good about the history of the space program, why they came with the space program. But before I get into the CIA portion of this, I have some news. I have some news for y'all. And the news is we have launched our Liberty or Death series. Drop a 1 in the chat room if you've been following my research on the Statue of Liberty. This video is one of many where I'm here to take away the spookism surrounding Lady Liberty. She is an ancient goddess that is worthy of respect. She is an androgynous deity, right? If you want to say, well, I don't see it as a woman. I ain't debating it. I'm just saying, let's respect it, because the people that made it wasn't corrupted. They wasn't into no trans type stuff. It's deep science. The Statue of Liberty is a Tesla coil. It was part of a free energy grid in Tartaria. And the torch was originally a Tesla coil. I've done videos showing you how that worked. And if you haven't watched those, I will put them in the video description when I'm done with this stream. I will go back in here and add these links. I forgot to add the link to this merchandise, but this is our Liberty or Death series. Give us liberty or give us death. Give us liberty or give us death. That's right. This was the cry of our ancestors. Our ancestors said, give them liberty or give them death. And I'll tell you what, a lot of our ancestors, they took death. When the powers that be took over, they took away liberty. The fact that we still talk about liberty is funny, because we don't live in a liberated world. We live in a world of corruption and slavery. The reason we still talk about liberty is because the people who in power, they just basically squatted on this place, and everything that was here before them is still lingering on. Like the Statue of Liberty, it was here before them. The concept of liberty for all, that meant don't let no man be deceived. If you know the knowledge, give him the knowledge. Each one teach one, basically. We say that today. That means make every man equal. Why you know something and he can't know it? How you gonna patent knowledge? How you gonna copyright information? In the free world, which is what existed before the world we live in, that's what freedom was. You think you experiencing freedom and equality, that world was destroyed. We trying to bring it back. So the only thing standing from that world is Lady Liberty, and it's a symbol of free energy and liberty. It's crazy because it's some from the old world still here with us today, and they're trying to demonize it. It's just another version of Enoch. But if you like this, get in the description area at some point. I'm gonna add these links, but I am just letting you know we got this going on. I also have a debate coming up. I have a debate coming up with this brother by the name of Unc. Are we monkeys? And it's going to be a $30 donation. Okay. And those who interested in attending that debate to see me debate this brother here, Unc, did all humans come from Africa? Are we monkeys? Right, if you're interested in that, you can get in the description area as well. And you can find the links to the gear, the merchandise, and the ticket if you want to do the debate. This Lord series, what Lord means is liberty or death, L or D. L or D, it means the Lord series. So check that out, guys. Like I said, I'll be leaving the links to that. Now, let me get back on track here. Yeah, I forgot to put all the links now, but just wait. At the end of the stream, I'll add the links. Let's talk about the CIA. Project Stargate was a U.S. Army and CIA-funded program investigating psychic phenomena, especially remote viewing. It ran under different names before becoming Stargate. It was Grill Flame, Center Lane, Central Nervous System, Kundalini, Santa, Satan, Center, the Central Nervous System. Think about that. One of the names of Stargate was Center Lane. Now, the research was largely conducted at Stanford Research Institute right here in California. And the reason that's important is because you think that shit can't get no deeper, right? That's a lie. Watch this. Watch this. I want you to just think about what I'm about to show you right now. Because the truth is stranger than freaking fiction. Think about what I'm about to show you right now. Now listen at this, right? At Stanford University, they were studying the central nervous system in the 40s. At Stanford University in California, they were studying Kundalini, out-of-body experience, and all that at Stanford. Stanford was where Project Stargate took place and where people was leaving their body, astral projecting, and all that. And everything we talking about is called serpent knowledge. So whenever you hear somebody say serpent knowledge, they talking about the knowledge of ascension, the knowledge of waking up, the conscious of out about lucid dreaming. That's why it's called lucid dreaming, because it's tied to Lucifer. which is the light bearer, the serpent within you. They cursed all of this and turned it into fear because they don't want us waking up, y'all. And then for you to wake up, you got to get out of fear, man. Why am I bringing up Stanford University? I want you to look at Stanford University's logo. Do you see what I see? The S is a snake wrapped around a tree. Do you see what I see? The S is the Satan wrapped around a tree. Santa Claus, red and green. Santa, Satan, that's a Christmas tree. The lights wrapped around it are the stars wrapped around the firmament dome. Because your chakras are orbiting your spinal cord. So wrapping the lights around a Christmas tree is showing you the nature of the cosmos. Like the ancients said, we're in the middle of the universe. That's how your auric field is, the chakras orbiting you. Listen, let me show you. These chakras, right? These chakras ain't just stand still and just sitting there. They're energy in motion. They ain't just sitting there being still. The chakras are doing this. Let me show you. I'm going to do this for you. They're orbiting the body. And as the chakras orbit the body, they create the auric field around you. This is why the ancients said we're in the middle of the universe. The solar system was dealing with your soul. It had nothing to do with the sun. It had everything to do with the crown chakra. People say, well, Jesus is personifying the sun. None of these gods is personifying the sun. We went into sun worship. They're personifying the inner light. They're personifying the light of the soul. They're personifying the sky vault, the way out, which is Polaris. That ain't the sun. That's what Jesus personified. He's personifying the way up out of here. That's Polaris. That's at the North Pole. Now, where is the serpent? In the middle of the garden, at the North Pole, which is the central nervous system. Life is taking place in our mind. Look around you for a minute. I want you to look around you and think about what I'm going to say. Ain't shit around you. What you looking at is in you. Yeah, think about you being asleep in a dream. If I walk up to you in a dream and I say, look around you, ain't nothing around you. This is in you. You'll be like, what does that mean, Sanchez? You'll get it. You gonna get it if you don't get it. Trust me, I ain't just talking. You gonna get it if you don't get it. Because if you dreaming, ain't nothing you looking at around you is in you while your eyes closed in your imagination while you sleep, while God's sleeping. That's the paradox. People be like, look around, man. You just looking within. You in your own little experience. In it, not if you're inside of something, then guess what? Everywhere you look around you, you gonna see it. But it ain't around you. You're immersed in your own psyche. It ain't no place for real. Like it's crazy because consciousness leaving, the soul leaving the body is you leaving the earth. Leaving the body is leaving the earth. And that's what we seeing now. The little ball of light represented by a winged serpent leaving the dome. But see, the reason I brought this up, right? You see Stanford, right? Stanford giving you the serpent wrapped around the tree, which is Kundalini. These people were studying this knowledge about us in the 40s. And they rubbing it in your face, man. Let's pull that back up. I was going to write some, y'all. I forgot what I was going to write on the board. But that Stanford symbol is like they playing with you, bro. They playing with y'all. Look. That Stanford logo is the serpent wrapped on a tree. And this is the college that the research was at when they did Project Stargate. Come on, man. This was like, yeah, if you thinking, yes, Sanchez just had an aha moment like us. Yes. When I was reading this and it said that the Stargate research went down at Stanford, I was like, damn, you know, I'm a symbolism man. Stanford logo is telling you the serpent wrapped around the spinal cord, which is the tree. Man, I can't stand these people, bro. They know all of this and won't tell us, and it's gonna make us be our best version. They know that this can help the world, man, but they want to make you to a consumer. This shit is just sad. I can't stop looking at the Stanford logo. Let me change the thing. Like, it's crazy though. It's crazy that they logo is telling you that right in the face though. Let's leave this up, man, just to compare to the other stuff. That's crazy, boy. It is right there, Kundalini. Stanford University, right there. Yeah, let's move on. Look at what the word Noah means. It means rest, y'all. But we finna come back. I'm gonna be bouncing back and forth. Watch this though. Let's read some more CIA stuff though. Let's go back to this gateway process. What? I'm still mad at myself that I forgot what I was gonna write on the board, but I just gotta let it go. During the gateway process, they was using ancient techniques that would trigger out-of-body experiences. And this is stuff it exists. Like, there are some people on this earth that's so advanced with this stuff. They know the techniques. If you say, look, I want to get out of my body, you can tell them which parallel reality you want to go to. Let me go to the sixth heaven. They'll play the frequency of that heaven. And they will use certain techniques, and you will be in that dream. Like, when we dream, what happens is it just randomly happened. But the CIA and Stanford found out we can control our dreams. We can decide when we dream. We can be conscious in our dream or lucid dreaming. And we can decide which parallel reality we want to dream to. Now, what if there's a group of people who know this knowledge, but they won't share it with us because they can't do it, but we can do it? Let me show you how crazy this shit is, y'all. The people who know the knowledge of ascension in this world don't even have a soul for them to ascend. And the people who don't know the knowledge got a soul, but it won't ascend because they don't know what they are and what they got. They don't know the power of the thing within them, so they're a damn servant on their knees in a papal system when they would have been worshipped back in the day. They would have been a god. People would have been looking at you like Enoch the moment you said, man, I had a deja vu moment. It reached a point on earth where if you had deja vu, you better keep it to yourself because it might get you killed. You couldn't just say, yo, man, do you lucid dream? You ever astral projected? I have deja vu. You had to hide that because they was putting people to death for using the gift of the gods. They was calling it witchcraft and sorcery. And it's because they can't do it. They don't have, it's some people that don't have these gifts. So they were studying us like, how the hell are they doing that? And they can tell you all about astral projection. They can tell you all about the shit I'm telling you about. But guess what? They can't do it. The people in the church shouting and foaming at the mouth, they can do it. But they don't got none of this knowledge. Ain't then I tell me ain't that's crazy. That's sad. That's sad. Let's keep it moving. That's sad. It hit different, don't it? Let's read some more. So, I don't got to read all of this. I played that video for y'all so I can skip through some of these notes. Then the stuff CIA was finding out at Stanford, our ancestors Ben was telling them dummies about that. And they still ain't telling the world the truth. They talking about it's a space program and it's planets out there and we got to go there in a rocket, leading the world to hell. So not only do they know the truth, they using the symbols of our ancestors right in our face, hiding it right in our face and not freeing the world with it. But let's move on because this here, yeah, the serpent wrapped around a tree. Let's move on because I want to go over, let me see. So let me see here. Oh, yeah. And so at the same time that we were researching this in the 40s at Stanford, guess what? The Soviets was doing the same thing. Now they're telling us we were going to war with the Soviets to see who can figure this out the quickest. And it's always, man, we racing against them. It's some kind of goddamn race. It's lies, man. Lies, 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 lies. They lying, man. Because what happened when you got two companies uniting, they want to make it look like we competing. It's a new world order. We ain't competing with China. We're connecting our grid to their grid. So we got to build at the same rate they build. And they got you thinking, well, we got to hurry up and get our AI up before China get their AI going. When all of the leaders in the world got one world order, they want all of their countries to be under AI with automated governments. And instead of them telling us the new world order agenda, they saying, man, we doing what China doing because we racing with them. We competing with them. So it's always monkey see, monkey do. It ain't competition, it's union. We wasn't competing with the Russians to see who can figure this out first. We was competing with the Russians while united with them. It's like you on my football team and man, you competing for the quarterback position. We're not competing for the quarterback position because it's my team versus your team. We on the same team. We just saying who gonna get the position. So the Soviets and the U.S. is owned by the same rich corporations. They all puppets to the UN. And it's basically Big Brother saying, hey, which one of my countries gonna figure this out first? So yeah, countries at the UN compete like they did with the pandemic. They was competing, you know, but they'll tell you it's because we want Americans to be healthier than them. No, man, they want everyone to get the same juice, bro. And they want you to think that you're getting something they ain't getting when all of us getting the same poison. It ain't a competition. It's a worldwide rollout. And they rolling these things out like, well, I'm doing it because he doing it. And if he do it first, we going to be left behind, Sanchez. Get out, man. We know that game. Only fools going to fall for that game. Ain't nobody racing nobody. Everybody working together to build a new infrastructure, and there's only one country on earth. It's called Abrahamic faith. Ain't no China, ain't no Middle East. All of that's an illusion. Wherever you go, if people under the Abrahamic faith, they in the same country. That's Babylon. It's the Holy Empire, and it's a worldwide empire that took over out the reset. They giving you the same deception in different tongues and different forms. They telling everybody in every land to take their ancestral symbols literally. And, and that's how they got religion worldwide. All the papacy is a group of squatters that took over these temples and these libraries when the gods left. And they was tasked with telling a lie about what this stuff mean now and hiding the truth behind all of these symbols. And how did they do it? They said, well, look, just have them take it literally. And you taking these ancient symbols literally is the foundation of religion and belief systems. Believing into talking snakes, dragons like Satan, when it was all teaching about the Kundalini rising up. But when you take it literally, people is scared of the great beast rising up out the sea when it was just talking about the lower self rising up. You becoming mature. When you corrupt all that and people take it literally, now you got this worldwide religious system, which ain't nothing but a bunch of people taking old world symbols literally because the papacy deceived them. Person will tell you the earth ain't flat, but a man walked on water and a snake was talking.
Greetings, ladies and gentlemen of this beloved community. We would like to take the time to say thank you for your continued support. We humbly appreciate all donations in the form of Cash App, PayPal, Super Chat, Patreon, and or via channel memberships. All of your contributions are greatly appreciated. Again, thank you for all that you do to show your support.
So let me show y'all something real quick. Why I got this etymology up, and you mind if I skip around? I'm gonna go back to the CIA. Actually, let me just finish my CIA stuff and we'll go to the Noah etymology. I'm doing too much. So that's what I was saying about the Soviets and the US in the 40s. In the 40s, we was figuring out how to lead the earth according to the Enochian way. Enochian way. And when we found out that the ancestors was telling the truth, the only way you can leave here is by shedding the body like the serpent sheds his skin. They said, you know what? They was right. Us barbarians didn't know what we was talking about. In order for you to lead the earth, you got to be a good person. And if you are, and you can't be a good person in a capitalist system. Everything about the system of capitalism goes against the laws of the universe and equality and justice for all. You can't have equality and justice for all and balance and harmony in the system where the rich get richer and poor get poorer, and it's rigged for it to stay that way. And inflation. That ain't equality. That's the old Roman Empire barbarian peasant system. That's facts, bro.
Sánchez cocinado.
And we look at the Statue of Liberty, the people in power now, they hate the Statue of Liberty. They hate the Book of Enoch. They hate the serpent. Why you think everybody's scared of snakes? If you live in a Western world, it's a high chance that you got a fear of snakes. Don't you know that was programmed in us by our enemy? Don't you know that we used to love snakes just like people in China? The Chinese people weren't the only people that love snakes. When you see these sisters in the hood, they be getting the snakes tattooed on their thigh and stuff. They call them ratchet, ghetto, and all that. But guess what? We've been seeing the snake as divine, and they just want to make it ratchet and evil. That's the facts right there, y'all. Check this out. Cultures all around the world love the snake. Not just in China and Asia and Hindu and Vedic. What you think the genie is? Let me show y'all something about this snake, man. Let's do a little syncretism, and we're gonna skip around. Because the genie is a serpent. The genie leaving the lamp is this guy. I'm showing you that the genie was a symbol of resurrection. Like I said, I'm gonna do something today. I said I'm gonna make them put some respect on the genie today, because no one like to talk about the genie. But the genie leaving the lamp is this God leaving the firmament dome. Look at his legs. You see his legs? He a serpent God. This is the serpent lifted up. Enoch leaving the earth. The winged serpent. Where else do we see winged serpents at? All over Egypt, man. Oh yeah. You see these winged serpents all over Egypt. You know why that's important? Because the winged serpent is a dragon, my friend. You know why that's important? The first dragon that was ever a deity was Satan. I keep telling you that. That's right. Satan was the first winged dragon that was teaching the knowledge about the Spirit of God being casted down to the earth and having a human experience and then going back to heaven again. But Sanchez, the Bible don't teach about Satan resurrecting and going back to heaven like Christ. Yes, it do. You just misinterpreting it. When it talk about the beast rising up from the waters, it's talking about Satan coming back home just like the Pharaoh did. Here go the beast rising up from the waters. Because what is the waters they talking about? The waters above the firmament. The waters above the firmament. So the beast rising up from the waters, it wasn't literal, and it ain't scary, it ain't spooky. It's talking about the consciousness leaving the earth. But that's what I said about the genie. They really corrupted the genie. I said, man, I got your back today, genie. I'm gonna make them put some respect on your name. Because we read about the serpent in the book of Genesis, showing you the fall of man and the rise of man with Christ later on in the book. But just like the serpent was casted down, Jesus was casted down. Just like Jesus rose back up, the serpent rose back up out of those waters. It's the same story. It was Lucifer first who was the light bearer before Christ. You know, so the concept of the genie leaving the lamp is Noah leaving the ark. But if people don't talk about the genie, they won't know why Krishna is blue. They won't know why liberty is blue. It's a reason, see, the genie is blue, right? Liberty is blue, Krishna blue. This was the pre-resurrection old world spiritual system before Christ, y'all. The risen serpent. So let me see here. We can do, yeah, Jonah means genie. The word Jonah is genie. Let me get a little etymology. We're gonna skip to our CIA. skip around a bit, but I think y'all I want to do this a little bit here too while it's on my mind. But Jonah is just another way of saying Jenny. Now watch this. What's crazy about Jonah, I'm gonna show you how this word becomes Enoch. All right, how Jonah, look, the J is a Y and the J can be silent. Listen, Jonah can be Yona because, listen, that looks ugly. Let's do that again. Let's do it like this. This J can be a Y. When the J becomes a Y, guess what we're saying, y'all? Yoni. Females. Jonah wasn't leaving a well, he was leaving a womb. Show some love to the sisters out there. This was the story of rebirth. The soul rebirth inside the fetal bag. Jonah in the well is a baby waiting to be born again. Everybody was teaching resurrection, rebirth, being born again. This before Christ, and you got many archetypes, the secrets of the yoni, because those stargates, those portals up there are all connected to female wombs. Because when the soul transmutes its light through that portal, it ends up in that soul's avatar, but that soul's avatar is born through his mama. So it's all connected, as above, so below. And the women are special. So salutes to that. Because the women's got the gateway to heavens in between their legs on a biological level. That they yoni is the same thing that the Polaris Stargate is on a biological level. Facts. And one is to let your body in and one is to let your mind in. So that's the cosmic womb and that's the earthly womb in between their legs. Now Jonah, that's why the genie lamp is the womb. Hey, I'm gonna see how many people knew that. Drop a 1 in the chat room if you knew that the genie lamp was the female womb anyway. Because the women play a big role with this portaling system on a biological level. Because your soul need an avatar. Now, but watch this, what's crazy, right? Don't you see this word Jonah? You can take the doggone J off of there. Seriously, the J don't have to be there. Not because I say so. It's because the way people speak. Jonah, remember Jesus, the J ain't there. So Jesus is what? Eosis. So before the J existed, my marker going out. We might have to do a different color than black. Let's do purple. I want to take my time and be thorough. The J, before the J existed, people replaced it with the I. So instead of saying Jesus, people said Eosis, because they was taking that J and replacing it with an I. When they do that, Jesus become Isis, which is a female goddess who predate him. And you can start seeing how etymology will give you the truth when you trace this stuff back etymologically. But transforming the J to the I is you can do that. And I just wanted to let you know that because of what I'm about to do next. I don't want no one to think that I'm tripping. So you put an I right here. Jonah is honor. It's almost like the I ain't even there, right? Because you going to the O, and you really what you got phonetically. Because on paper there would be an I there, but phonetically you just got honor. But the reason I want to zoom in on that is because that is actually Noah. Ona is Noah. Noah in the ark is Jonah in the whale. It's the same archetype. None of it's real. It's different people telling the same story. Jonah is Noah. And the story of Noah in the ark is no different than the story of Jonah in the whale. It's life and death and rebirth and all of that. So Ona, Noah, you see how we get there. Now, we got Jonah. Jonah is genie. We got Jonah. We got Noah. And there's one more we got to get. That's Enoch. Let's tie Enoch in. So here go the etymology for Enoch, right? It says it come from the Hebrew word. I keep saying Enoch. I said Noah. The etymology for Noah is what we're looking at. So it says here, the word Noah comes from the Hebrew word Noach with a H, and it means rest. What did Jonah do in the whale? He prayed or rested or meditated. But watch this. Noah's ark, in reference to the ark in which, according to Genesis, Noah saved his family and many animals, is attested from the 1610s as a child's toy representing Noah's Ark by 1841. Yeah, because there's no real recording before the deceivers. So it's crazy that a child's toy would be the first representation, because that's a form of media to get it in children's head. But the adjective, if you wanted to say Noah as an adjective, the word is Noachian. And that's the word I want you to look at. Because when you say Noachian and you say Enochian, now you see that the word Nochian is what we need to look at. Let me show you some right here, because the word Noachian is just the word Enochian. Look. You see that? The word Noachian is the word Enochian. So Enoch leaving the ark is Noah leaving the ark. And that goes back to my thumbnail. When we see Enoch leaving the ark, they later told it with Noah leaving the ark. But why did they retell it? I just told you who was paying attention. Why did they retell the story? Because in their version, you take it literally. In their version, it ain't symbolism for you to wake up. It's literal stories for you to become a believer of fairy tales and a belief system, a religious system, a barbaric system. Why did they retell it? Because in their version, you take it literally. Some dude was really on the ark and survived the flood. It's desecration. So Enoch is Noah, and that ties in our etymology there. And then we'll go back and skip back to our CIA, FBA stuff for a minute. Because now we at the point of that where you're going to realize the CIA in the United States figured all this out-of-body stuff out. They found out how to lead the earth in the 40s and basically had to come in the 50s and say, we don't know how to lead the earth. They had to, let me show you, because I'm almost through with my CIA Soviet Union part. I just got to give a little outro. I'm about to bring it home now, but I need to, light my little incense up right here. It is English lavender, if you know what I mean. And so we're going to look at my thumbnail for just a minute. Ain't that a good thumbnail? We can look at that for a while I talk to you about the CIA and the Soviet Union. because it's a lot more we got to talk about. So in the 40s, they was figuring all this out, fam. And what happened was they said, we can't let the world know this. And we got to get ahead of the narrative. Eventually, people going to wake back up, because you got to remember the reset just happened 200, 300 years ago. So the conversation about the stars and the heavens was still new. We only 300 years, 400 years post reset. Ain't that's how long they said black folks been slaves? 400 years of slavery. It ain't just black people. The whole world was enslaved by the Roman Empire after the reset. That's right. And it's bigger than just picking cotton. They got y'all thinking they put up in these lands and saw jungle people who didn't know nothing. They were the barbarians who didn't know nothing. When they came to our land, we had statues and monuments and huge pyramids and so much knowledge about the brain and the psyche, and we were so technologically advanced it don't make no doggone sense, man. And these folks talking about we was some jungle dwellers. That's right. But right in the same jungle, it's a big stone head, you dummy.
Stupid.
But we sleeping in the leaves though, while carving stones and with barefoot. You working on a stone pyramid barefoot with a leaf skirt on, no steel toe boots.
Stupid.
They lied to y'all about history. When Columbus came to America, he saw Lord Krishna. That's why he thought he was in India. Now somebody gonna ask me a dumb question, and I've been telling them the whole stream. They gonna still ask. Guess what they gonna ask? Sanchez, you just said Columbus saw Lord Krishna when he came to America. That's what I said. But Sanchez, how did Columbus see Lord Krishna in America? Because the Americans didn't have Lord Krishna. Yes, they did. Keep telling y'all that. The Statue of Liberty is a westernized version of Lord Krishna. People was teaching resurrection way before these barbarians showed up. And the people that was teaching them resurrection had monuments that they was teaching about resurrection. They have beautiful cathedrals and domes and mosques. Columbus talking about he saw some jungle dwellers. Get out of here, fool. When Columbus put up on his ships, he saw beautiful temples with marble floors and fountains outside. You talking about some doggone jungle dwellers like a fool. That's right. Oh yeah, man. That's why he thought he was dealing with Indians, because the Americans here, the indigenous Americans, were part of a worldwide spiritual system where everybody knew the truth but these barbarians. Now they talking about they the damn Christians. They was never Christians. They were pagans. And y'all still believing in the paganism, the space program, the science that's telling you we ain't no life after death. Everything they teaching you is what the barbarians taught. And when you teaching people ain't no life after death, ain't none up there in the sky to look forward to, only thing you need to focus on is going to work and making money. That's what the Roman Empire did to its people. It created dumbass peasants. They went to the Colosseum and watched the gladiator fights all the damn day to spend their money back with the corporations like we do with the football and all the shit we do with the sports. It's just the same shit. And in the Roman Empire, and I ain't dissing no sports because I love sports. My son playing them. But what I'm saying is, you know, because our people played sports too. They wasn't just all spiritual. But what I'm saying about Rome, they didn't even have no spirituality. It was just all games is what I'm saying. Like what the world is today. It was just, and when you take away the spiritual shit, ain't nothing to look forward to but games, nigga. Fashion, TV, football, the shit we into today. Ain't no deeper meaning to life. And that's what they want it to be, because once everyone go to thinking deeper, you become more than a consumer. You become harder to control. They created the peasant by the mind first, by what you think about yourself. And what you think about yourself is about what you think about the creation around you. When someone say, the sky really ain't no place we can go, ain't nothing to look forward to, you ain't got a soul, science can't prove a hereafter, science can't prove life after death, science can't prove you even got a soul. There's nothing special about you. You just on a rock floating around, so just go to work and make money. Because if you want something to be special about you, the people that's special in this world got money. And that's a whole new system of what makes people special. And there's a shift, a collective shift where we went from, okay, what's valuable to us is spiritual matters, to now we're falling deeper into the material realm. And that's by design by the church. That's what happened. That's what the Roman peasants, that's how their minds was. Because if you got on dirty robes, even though all of us broke, some of the damn peasants dressed better. They had a clean robe on, cleaner garb, because they made a little bit more shekels. And so they would look better, like just like a nigga who wearing like expensive clothes today. I'm trying to show you the system never changed. This shit we living in today been around. And the thing about the old Roman system, for niggas who want to be smart and woke and talk all this spiritual stuff, you was outcasted like Jesus. And Jesus was like a poor righteous teacher. Jesus didn't buy or sell in the system, because that's the beast. The beast system is capitalism. Buying and selling. You notice Jesus never bought nothing, Jesus never sold nothing. It's talking up, they were trying to show the perfect archetype that was anti-establishment, anti-Roman Empire, a person that has fully withdrawn from the system and from materialism. Rome can't control you if you like Jesus, because Rome can only control the peasants, and a peasant is a mentality. It's a mindset that Rome gave y'all, to not see that you're a god and you worth more. People be saying, look at these clothes I got. You change outfits, right? We used to be able to change bodies. You talking about people that can shift their consciousness from different bodies that they got in different parallel realities. Now you happy that you can change clothes every day, and you used to can change realities. You was a time traveler. That's crazy. These abilities what keeps us reincarnating. You being able to astral travel right now is no different than what happens when we die. These same layers are what's beyond the veil. These same realities. To the ancestors, life was just a continuum. You just live on. Just like if you go to sleep now and start dreaming, you ain't gonna know you went to sleep. You just gonna dream, live on in the dream and live out your little dream till you die in the dream. And when you die in that dream, it's gonna happen again. You're gonna go in another dream and ain't even know you just died. When you start dreaming, you don't even know you just went to sleep and that you in your bed sleep. You just, because all of your memories is in the dude head that sleep. The person you are in the dream, it don't remember you falling asleep in this world, because that ain't who it is. When your consciousness shift to the other reality, you pick up right what he was doing. If he was driving, getting off work, you driving, getting off work in a dream. And I can't pull you over and say, hey, you just went to sleep. You're going to be like, what you talking about? I just got off work. Because your memories shift. And you remember waking up in that world, going to work and driving home. You don't remember just falling asleep in this world. That version of you in that world is recording its own memories. It's got its own history. So when you shift timelines, you don't remember falling asleep here. Now, sometime we start lucid dreaming, and guess what happened? Now we got two histories. You're a double-headed dragon. Because now what's happening is you remember who you are and your history in this world, but you also remember your childhood and your history in that world. So you're like this double-headed dragon with two different histories. And the Hindu said, this is what death is. It's you shifting timelines. And the Hindu said, one day we're going to stop dreaming. And we just going to be free to move through all these timelines like Neo in the Matrix. I can't explain it. The word they use is sonum bonum, but you would be limitless. It's like this. If you ever played Grand Theft Auto, when you first get the game, you got to follow the rules and you're limited. You don't got a lot of weapons. You don't got the best perks. You haven't unlocked the whole map. And you can't just do what you want to do. You got to complete the missions. Once you beat the whole game, you unlock something called free roam. Now drop a 1 in the chat room if you're familiar with free roam. A lot of games got it. That's how they reward you. In these video games, I know it's true in Grand Theft Auto. After you handle all your business and complete all of your missions, the game unlocks everything. There is no limits, and you get to be in free mode. You get all the money. Ain't no place you can't access. It's free mode, free roam. Drop a 1 if you're a gamer. I used to be a gamer. When I had time, every now and then I can play. If you're familiar with free roam, because free roam is what Statue of Liberty and Enoch represent. Freedom to do what you want in the game. But you only get that when you complete your missions. Just like a video game. The Hindu said, at the completion of all of our life cycles, which is like me saying, hey, at the completion of all of your missions, you can unlock the whole map. You can be rich as hell. You can be like Neo in the Matrix and just do what you want to do, nigga, all over these universes. You can be in this world, that world, this world, and just live your best reality limitless as this sort of interdimensional being living out a best experience in each timeline at once. The best scenario. Like, this is what they were saying, like you being lucid in all of these different dreams, and just like with the power of Neo and the agents can't fuck with you. You ever been in a dream and the moment you realize you lucid dreaming, the laws of physics don't even apply to you no more? You can lift up oceans and shit. You can fly. The rules that we call physics are only real when we're not lucid, guys. When we fully awaken, there will be no laws of physics, and you won't be debating people about physics and the shape of the earth. You will be in a whole nother spiritual realm where the people we debating here who calling themselves physicists are literally the artificial intelligence behind the matrix, keeping everybody stuck thinking that they living on a globe and giving them the false science of the Vatican. Because think about the movie The Matrix. You got people walking around a computer program, But while they in a computer program, all of the education systems teaching them that they on a globe Earth flying through space. But Neo found out the space program was a lie and that we're in a computer program, a simulation. Now, the more people wake up to the simulation, the more people gonna start leaving away from the space program and seeing that we've been lied to. That's why modern science are fucking panicking. They trying to find a way to blend simulation theory with all of their bull crap. But actually, simulation theory debunks their bull crap. Let's take a quick break, real quick. Hold on, y'all. Real quick break, real quick.
Bro Sanchez, just one who's out there in the fight to teach. Bro Sanchez, you got the story right, and now I see, yeah. Bro Sanchez. Bro Sanchez, just one who's out there in the fight to teach. Bro Sanchez, you got the story right, and now I see, yeah. Bro Sanchez.
My mouse is moving all funny. But yeah, we back. Hey, let me do something with y'all before we move forward. I got some more information for y'all. We ain't going nowhere. I'm gonna break down some more stuff for y'all. But before I do that, drop a one if y'all want me to reserve just a little bit of time to let callers call in one at a time, and no caller will be on stream. No call right now. Moving forward, anytime I do call-ins, it won't be a round table, because the round tables will be redirected to my other channel. But I'll have callers call in one at a time, and then you won't be on camera. You'll be off camera. They'll hear your voice. But I want to share some with y'all. So about the space race. Oh, I keep beating a dead horse. So we get the point about the Soviet Union and the United States and how Project Stargate happened in the 40s. The space race started in the 50s. And you see now what I'm saying here about the timing of all that, because they had found out how to lead the Earth, but they couldn't let us know because it goes against their whole system of control. If they tell everybody, in order for y'all to lead the Earth and make it to what we call heaven, the heavens, you can't be materialistic. That right there gonna make them right there say, oh, we can't teach them this shit. Because look, you can't be a consumer. You can't have this greed that the Greeks had. And when you say Greek, take the K, replace it with a D. Greeks were greedy. They went around the world risking their life on conquest, even though they had, think about this. You know you greedy when you conquer most of the world and you still ain't through. You still ain't through. You want the whole thing. Not half, not 75%. These people said that they wanted to conquer the world. Just let that sink in a minute. Just to call yourself a world conqueror and literally set out there to do it and go around killing folks, taking their land, literally it's one thing to think it, but to literally galvanize armies and play this out. You dealing with a different kind. That's why I said they're barbarians, man. So modern Christianity is aligned with the Roman Empire, the papacy, and NASA. And they got a peasant prescribed ideology. They think just like them people that went to the gladiator coliseums, if not worse today. The word spirit means spiral. Let me give y'all some real quick. Let me pull this up for y'all. Spirit is spiral, but watch this. You notice that Moses learned from the Egyptians, right? What did Moses learn from the Egyptians? Look at this. This is what Moses learned. But what does this mean? What does this mean? This is what Moses was teaching. He learned from the Egyptians. Teaching about consciousness. Look, Kundalini. This is Satanism. Are you scared? Because I'm not. I keep telling Christians that Christianity started from Satanism. Everybody's scared of Satanism. I wonder what Christians was believing in for resurrection before Christ. The devil was the first symbol of resurrection. When they talked about the serpent must be lifted up, yeah, praised is raised. But the spiral is the spirit. The serpent represents a sine wave, a spiral, a spirit. It ain't nothing but them personifying a spiral, because your spirit ain't nothing but a sine wave. And just turn it into a serpent. But let me show you. The reason you call it a spirit is because of this reason. Do you see it? Or do I gotta write it down? Let's write it down. Spear it. Spear it. Spear it. Slay the serpent. Spirit, man. I'm telling you to do something. It's 2 words, not 1. See, let me clean my board first, man. This gotta go right here. This little something for y'all that's hidden right in your face. Spirit. Spear. Spirit. Look at the image. Look at the image. Spirit, man. Stick a rod in it. See, to slay your dragon is to tame the Kundalini. Far as I'm concerned, you don't have a spirit until you do this, because it ain't activated. Your spirit ain't gonna activate until you literally spear it, till you kill your ego. And that's represented by the Kundalini being lifted up on it. Christ's body dying is the ego dying, freeing the soul. letting the soul go free to the higher realm. Spirit. Let's go. And the serpent is a spiral. But if I'm gonna reach though, I'm gonna give you one too that I think this one might be a reach, but in my mind it's not a reach at all. But I know some of y'all gonna say it's a reach, and I'll give y'all this one for a reach. But when I turn around, I'm gonna say that shit wasn't no reach. But I ain't gonna argue with you about it. But here go one right here. Because the spirit was represented by a serpent. The serpent, right? So, serpent. Serpent. Now watch this. You can take the word serpent, and this is what you can do. The word serpent can become spirit. You see how the word serpent because why? The serpent is the spirit. The spirit is the kundalini and the central nervous system and all that good stuff. So the word serpent, you can see, is also spirit in its own way. But let's move on here, man. Let's move on. Let's move on. So I want you to understand that what we call in heaven, you may say that's a spiritual realm. You're in a spiritual realm right now. No, this is a physical realm. When your consciousness shifts to the higher realm and you get up there, it's going to be stuff you can touch, smell, and interact with physically. What is physicality? It's a program that the central nervous system is running. That's why I hate the word physical. I hate the word physical, but I bet you them physics love it. Nothing's physical about our world. It's a holographic simulation. And that's why we can only study it as far as an atom. If you zoom into any object, and as far as you can go is a bunch of vibrating atoms, and that represents the end of what we can research, that's only 1% of the universe. So the physicist is claiming to be an expert at 1% of everything there is to know. How can you be an expert? How can anybody be an expert with that amount of knowledge? The crazy thing about that is this. What we call in heaven was never seen as some spiritual realm. It was seen as a realm that another version of you was sent to, because the other version of you is made out of a lighter family of elements than what your body made. Our universe is layered, and your body is just one of the layers of your consciousness in its own frequency band here in this earth. And each of these layers is separated by the law of density. So your consciousness isn't neither one of these layers. It ain't the body, and it ain't the so-called spirit that's going to come out the body. Because what's going to get out of your body when you die is just your invisible sine wave consciousness, all of your memories, what makes you you. But that's just going to go into a whole nother version of you in a higher realm. You ain't escaping your body yet. You got to go through 7 versions of yourself, 7 layers of yourself, 7 bodies you got to go through before you get out of the body fully. So each of these bodies exists in its own universe, and they all are separated because when our consciousness fell from Eden, it didn't just fall, it fell apart and it split into 7 layers. And those 7 layers were stacked upon each other based upon the law of density. And the lowest layer is the heaviest, and it gets lighter and lighter. So what's going to rise up out of your body is just a lighter version of you. It ain't like your body physical, but your soul spiritual. No, your body is a hologram too. This entire universe ain't nothing physical about this shit. It's a holographic simulation. We got to let that sink in. It's a program. Ain't nothing physical about the matrix. Physicality is an illusion in the matrix. What am I telling y'all? We are ghosts in a machine, and we're trying to ascend up to our real physical body. You ain't in your physical body. Now, this gonna sound crazy to a lot of people, but it's a paradox and everything is flipped. You're not living right now. You're dead. You're waiting to live, according to the ancestors. This is the realm of the dead, and we are ghosts that's waiting for our body to spawn in the highest realm. And it's only gonna take as long as it take us to wake up. You don't have a body. You're a spirit that's trying to enter its God body. And the God body can be looked at as your physical body. This earth isn't a physical world. It's an earth-like simulation, a duplication of a real earth. But this is a program, just like the Matrix. So what did Morpheus tell Neo when he left the Matrix? He said, you opening up your real eyes for the first time. He said, you using your real body for the first time. You've been asleep and you've been in your own mind, Neo. This shit, that the same thing they was telling you in the Matrix, they stole that from the old Christians, from the knowledge of the old world. They've been teaching that the earth ain't our home. We've been teaching that we come from the heavens and that we gotta ascend back up. So what we call in the physical world, that's what the highest of heaven would be. They lied to you. You think the physical world is the heaviest one. It's the lightest one that's at the top. That's the real world. That's outside the computer program. Nothing's physical here. This is a hologram. It's mimicking physicality. You haven't experienced physicality yet. You don't know what real air feel like in your real nostrils. We're in an illusion. The Mayan call it the veil, the illusion, the Maya, the veil. They talked about it. So quit looking around saying, this the physical realm and my spirit, the spiritual realm. We got to grow out of that. That's a trap too. That whole concept of physics, physicality, that right there is another program too. It's just different states of matter the higher you go. And these states of matter got gradient transitions. They reach a point where certain states of matters form families, like how solid, liquid, and gas have formed like a holy trinity for Israel. The fourth state of matter would be one of the trinitarian states of matter for a higher reality. Shout out to my brother Drizzy Dre. Flesh equals shelf. Top tier knowledge. Yes, 7 levels to master self. We appreciate you, fam. This stream is filled with wisdom. Appreciate you. Shout out to Focus Willis. I missed some of these. Let me get them. Focus Willis, I see you. He said, once we figure out to astral travel again easily, it's game over. And it's inevitable. It ain't nothing we gotta do. Like it's a gift that's dormant in us that will rise up when it's time, like a seed planted in the ground. It's inevitable. Shout out to Awakening Minds once again, and to Gap Tooth Gains. Some of the smartest dummies can't read the language of Egyptian mummies. I like that. From some bars. Astro means Taurus. Shout out to my brother Awakening Minds. Fields of awakening, planes of inertia. 7 levels to master self. You cooking, fam. Appreciate you. Shout out to Miss Memphis. Miss Memphis, they won't let me put a heart on yours. Why is it hiding the heart here? Shout out to Miss Memphis. Thank you for the super chat. Miss Memphis, into Passport Persona, and to D. Allen Warren, sending in them deuces to Nell Fox and the knee. Thank this everybody. Shout out to everybody. Thank y'all for those super chats. To the people who sent in cash apps, I'll be reading those as well. But well, as soon as I find my phone, we'll read those. I'll look for it while I open up the call lines. That way we can kill two birds with one stone. But for now, I'm going to keep it rolling for y'all. So yeah, the ancestors, it was no separation among these realms. It was just limited places where they gradually and comfortably transition from one to another. So these different worlds are made out of their own families of elements and their own combinations of different states of matter that we don't know about. So there are other states of matter besides solid, liquid, gas. Light is one of those states of matter. And it's like the transitional state of all matter, according to my research. What that means is that you have states of matter like solid, liquid, and gas, and these would be considered what we call physical states of matter. But there's a fourth state of matter called light, and it ain't physical, but we can see it. And what makes something real is your ability to see it, smell it, hear it, or touch it. Now, just because we can't touch light don't mean it ain't real, because, I mean, this stuff is illuminating my room, of course, but science and physics is so dumb. Let me show you why I say physics is dumb, right? What they call physics, right, is basically everything we know about solid, liquid, and gas. Now, the fact that it's called physics and light ain't physical means that the people that we call physicists will always lead you in a dead end and down a road of mysticism when it comes to talking about light, because they're agents for the Roman Empire. Remember what I told you about the ether? The ethereal barrier is made of light. What's keeping all of the three states of matter that we call solid, liquid, and gas confined is a barrier of light. Now, that's crazy, right? The reason that works is because our world ain't physical. Solid, liquid, gas are different expressions of light. This is why the Big Bang starts off with light. The Bible starts off, let there be light. And from the light, you get solid, liquid, gas, and all the states of matter. But the light is the first beginning state of all matter. So all matter can transition back to the light when it wants to free itself from what I call the prison of the Trinity, which is solid, liquid, gas. Because when we say we trapped on the earth, what we really saying is we're confined to three states of matter, and that's the Holy Trinity: Father, Son, Holy Ghost, solid, liquid, gas. There's something that they scared of called ether, and that's something greater than the Father, Son, and the Holy Ghost. That's the force within man. So when man find that out, he gonna realize in theology that he's above the Father, Son, and the Holy Ghost. The church told you you was above the angels. They didn't tell you you was above God. They put people to death for saying that. It must be true, huh? And they'll combat that by saying, did you make the sun? Did you make the moon? Guess what? Yep, I did. I do it every time I dream too. Reality is a program that we load like a computer loading a video game. That's what the ancestors taught. When Jesus was saying we're gods, he was literally saying we made the moon, you made the sun. And again, people gonna laugh at it, but I'm gonna take you back to this example, right? If I walk up to you in your dream and ask you, who made that sun? Who made that moon? Who made them trees? You may say God, but I would say, bro, you made that. The moment you fell asleep, you dialed into a whole nother version of Earth. We are the makers of this world. We created, we destroyed. That's what the Bible meant by God will create the earth and destroy it. It don't mean that the world around us gonna cease to exist. People gonna keep loading up this program, and many souls gonna keep doing it at the same time. It's like right now, if you go online, some gamers somebody gonna always be online gaming. It'll never be nobody ain't online. It'll be few people. But that'll be the times on earth when we say the population on earth decreased to like a few million. That's like going on the internet to play your favorite game and you like, damn, ain't nobody online today. Ain't that many players in the room. This earth is a simulation, and everybody that's living right now with you on this earth just so happened to log in when you logged on online. So it's the same concept. So when a player disappear from the game, we don't say they die, we say they logged off or they passed on. And we never said they died, we say they passed on. But when an ancient person said, my loved one passed on, that was no different than you saying I logged off. You didn't stop, you just went to do something else that was outside the game. You dealt with some activities that was outside the game. Our loved ones are still doing stuff or doing whatever they doing. They just ain't in this game with us no more. And this is how we was viewing life and death and shifting our realities and stuff. And again, liberation is free roam in the game. No limitations. At this point, guys, I think I need to start opening up the call lines if I'm going to be keeping my promise of letting people call in. So let me speed this up and let me say, if you guys want me to extend the show long and let people call in, one at a time, like I said, then yeah, just support the show. Hit the like button, share button, super chat, cash app, all that good stuff. Appreciate you. So these domes are just different states of matter that can't mix with the nets. And then each one of them have their own family of elements and trinity of states of matter. But the only thing that can transcend these Van Allen belts or these domes with no limitations is light. Because let me share something with you real quick. I got an image that I put up here to help me explain this to you. Check this out right here. It's because the framework of our universe is made of light. So think about this. Each of these little pockets of reality that you see are different states of matter and different families of elements, right? And what's separating them all is ether or light. So the space in between each realm, the lines in between, the framework, this whole little bubble, with the slices in it. That's the ether. The ether is what's creating space. It's creating pockets of reality. When they say, well, all life is floating around in space, no, all of our life is enclosed inside of the ether. And this bubble is made out of light, but the elements that's inside of it ain't made out of light. That's solid, liquid, gas, and other states of matter, and each one trapped in its own light matrix. Light is the prison. It's a prison of light. So like that, it ain't no physical barrier. It's a light barrier. And the reason for that is because if our physical world is a holographic projection, then guess what? What we call in physicality is just an illusion of light, which is why light is the final element, and all of the states of matter can't go beyond light. And I'm going to show you why. This is why light is so important. Because every state of matter besides light is just light playing a trick. It's just light fronting and it's light with a mask on. You feel me? Because think about what I'm showing you now. Look at this. In this image, you got a sky made of gas. You got swimming pools that's liquid. These states of matter. You got buildings, they solid. That's 3 states of matter in this image. Solid, liquid, and gas. But guess what? Solid, liquid, and gas is an illusion. That's the matrix. That's what you call in physicality, the Holy Trinity. Because it ain't no solid, liquid, gas. It's just light. It's just light manifesting as a building or a cloud or an ocean. But at the end of the day, in this holographic simulation, it's just light at different, vibrating at different frequencies. And you say, oh, that's gas, that's solid. Nope, it's just light fooling you again. But see, solid, liquid, gas is light playing a trick. And the 4th state of matter is light manifesting as its real self, which is why the ultimate state of matter is plasma. You see what I'm saying? So when some transition from solid to liquid, then from liquid to gas, it transitioned to a 4th state that's unseen called plasma. The nature of it is like a lightning strike, an invisible flame. See, electricity is always there. You don't see it until the pressure build up. But just because lightning ain't striking, it don't mean that the atmosphere ain't electrically charged. When you see a lightning strike happen, it's because it's too much has built up and it done got, the pressure has built up. You know what I'm saying? It's like saying that when you hear a balloon pop, that don't mean that the air just was created. It meant that the pressure built up in the balloon and it was released violently. That don't mean you just created some air. You ain't creating. Lightning can't be created or destroyed. It's energy. So it's just energy building up in the atmosphere and becoming pressurized. A lightning strike manifesting is no different than a raindrop manifesting. It's the buildup and is compression and pressure. It's the same signs of you manifesting in the flesh. It's light compressing. It's light becoming dense. All of the states of matter are still light, but it's light vibrating at different frequencies, creating what we call weight and physicality. This is how the ancestors explain the matrix or the simulation. So when you start realizing that light don't have a weight, that's why it's called light. Light don't weigh nothing because light is the only truth. Weight comes from light manifesting as buildings, trees, water. That's how you get heaviness and density and weight. But if we burn that building up, it'll liquefy. Then the liquid will turn to smoke And what will happen to the smoke? It'll go back to pure light, which is what everything is anyway. You see what's going on? When you look at the reality with this image right here, you can see the illusion that light is playing on us. The building ain't solid. You can take light and turn it into anything via holography. And that's why in the beginning was light. And then the physical world came afterward. Water, trees, all of that came after the light, because light is like the original building block of creation. So everything within creation, once you break it or smash it to deduce it to its truest form, it transitioned through states of matter and it turned back to what it light, basically revealing the truth that nothing is really what it appears to be. It's just light manifesting into different states and different forms, just like your soul did when it became your body inside of this matrix. So I think that may be a good place to stop, because we can do a part 2. But like I said, what's keeping all of these so-called physical worlds contained is light. And people will say, but Sanchez, rocks fall through light. How can light contain a truck, Sanchez? Have you ever shine a flashlight at an 18-wheeler? You see what I'm saying? And when people was talking about ether, they was talking about the primordial light, the light of creation. That serves as that mean the light of the see, within this hologram, we can have light too. We can have lights in our houses, flashlights, but them lights ain't the light of creation. The light of creation literally created the buildings, the ocean, the trees, all of that, the elements. And you can't compare that to the stuff in your house, silly. And that's what they do. You know, and that's why they don't get this stuff, but I'm glad y'all do. You know. So that's it, y'all. That's it. If there's any more, we'll do it on a part 2. I'm gonna drop the call-in link and we're gonna play some music. And while I play the music, I'm gonna grab my phone so I can read the Cash App donations. It's $BROSANCHEZTV, and we thank you for all of those. To my Cash App people, we see you. Let me go ahead and throw the thumbnail up, because while we got the call line open, I'm not going to share the screen, and I'm going to go off cam for 1 minute. But let me open up the Zoom. All I want to do is get the zoom, and a boom, boom. So I just ask that y'all support the show. Keep supporting the show, you know what I'm saying? And yeah, we all good, man. Trying to open up the Zoom. Let's see what it let me. All right, so I'm gonna open up the Zoom, drop the link, let the callers wait in the waiting room, and I'm gonna bring y'all up one at a time. And while y'all building up in the waiting room, I'm going to take like a 1 minute break. So hold on a second. Shout out to Chris Steiger. Said, thanks for what you do. Thanks for appreciating and support what I do, Chris. I appreciate the super chat, my brother. Shout out to everyone who sponsored today's broadcast. It was definitely epic. If there was one to sponsor, it's definitely this one. I ain't even being egotistical. I do think that I just prepped for this one. I knew it would. And also, I did a poll, and I asked the people what they wanted. And I think that's something I'm going to do every Thursday. I'm going to wake up in the morning. We'll put a poll out. We'll give 3-4 options. We'll let the people decide what we what the show will be about on Thursday. I think that the people really appreciated that poll because they really showed up. They said this is what they want, and they showed up for it. And I learned, hey, that's a good way to use the polls in the community, because sometimes I freestyle and everybody don't want that. But see, when the poll was really targeted, people voted on this topic, and y'all wasn't capping because we hadn't had this many people in the building in a while. So salutes to y'all. You know, that's because of y'all. Drop a bomb for that. People still hungry for the knowledge. That's a good thing. Let me drop this link. That's the Zoom link. Call it in, call it in. We want to see you in the waiting room, one caller at a time. First come, first serve. Click the Zoom link. We'll be dropping it throughout the show. Come on up. Shout out to my brother Leonardo. He said this was fire. Appreciate it, man. Appreciate it. I'm going to have plenty more to come. We ain't stopping. We're going to keep this. This going to be, y'all might as well get used to this, because syncretism, just like everything else, you get better and better with it over the years, and you are able to see more and more through the veil. Just when I be like, man, ain't nothing else I can possibly figure out, that's it. Then nope, it's most stuff to decode and figure out. And you're going to realize you just going to keep cracking codes and figuring stuff out till you die, man. It just ain't going to stop. You know why? It's more knowledge in the universe than it is biological years for your body to live. That's just facts. That's right. Shout out to Stephen Kindness for being kind and supporting today's broadcast. People like Einstein and Sanchez, etc., get a lot of their revelations / Gnosticism came from their intentions. Blood and providence, Ken Oath. Thank you, man. And I can definitely amen that. That's right. Because ever since a child, I had a spirit of inquisition about the stars and what happens when you die. I knew as a baby, as a young boy, that when they told me everybody gotta die one day and you can't escape death, I knew. I said, listen, I want to figure out what happened when you die. And it was something in me that always knew that whatever happened when you die somehow is connected to the stars. No one had to teach me that. And this is, I swear this ain't no ego. Some of y'all the same way. Some of you just know the stars got to do some with my soul. If no one never told you that. Like, I don't know why, but you would look up and say, my soul come from up there. It's something about up there in my soul that within me, it's something about the thing inside of my body that is related to them things that's shining in the star, in the sky. That's what I was telling you. They figuring out that what the stars is made out of, what the ether is made out of, is the same thing our soul made out of. That's why when you look up at the stars, you feel a feeling inside of you. You feel something inside of you start to glow and connect, like when you look up at the stars. Because the thing in you that's resonating with what you looking up with is made out of that. Drop a 1, y'all, if we still streaming though right now and y'all can still hear me. Drop a 1. Let's do another tech check, because sometime the stream will freeze up and it's looking like it's telling me that my signal is low and I need to verify with my people. Can y'all still hear me and everything? We bringing on callers right now. Drop a 1, everyone, if everything's good with the stream. Let me give a shout out to my brother Rum Ham for being the first caller. Flat mother and power to my brother. Appreciate you for joining. Hell yeah, my nig. Man, I
Yeah.
wish they. Yeah, I can hear you, my brother. Much love to you, man. Yeah, you got it, bro. Appreciate you.
Yo, I fell asleep around the 2 hour mark, but I didn't leave the stream.
Where you astral projected to? Did you dream, man?
I
Did I
dreamed
take
you're
you
on.
somewhere, bro?
I, I was no, I was still in my living room. I didn't go far, but I didn't know I fell asleep. And I was watching. You're on my TV talking. I don't know what. I don't know what you're talking about in here, in this realm, in this part of the realm. But you were speaking some shit. And then, and I could see chat and everything like that. And then all of a sudden, I heard rumbling outside. And then, boom, I'm outside. And I was looking up, just a regular sky and everything's all dark out. I see like planes flying by and everything. I'm like, oh, what's going on here? And I could still hear you talking. And I was talking to you, whatever. It's like, yeah, there's stuff going on outside in Southern Illinois. And I heard somebody else go, where you at in Southern Illinois? And I told them, like, oh, I'm from there too. And then boom, I was back in my room watching it on the TV. And I was like talking to chat. It was insane. And then I woke up and you were like, well, I think that's enough about the Soviets. And then you took your music break.
Okay, man. You the first caller, so excuse me, y'all. You the first caller, so you get the first question. It ain't a round table today, so I'm giving all the callers, they can hit me with all their questions or smoke or whatever. We got a couple folks in the waiting room, and I said I'm gonna try 2 at a time instead of 1 at a time. So I'm gonna go with, if you got anything, I don't know if, oh no, go ahead.
If you could play back the last 10 minutes before the 3 hour mark, your break, it'll make more sense of what I don't know if I coincided with what you're talking about on that. But yeah,
okay.
it was great. It was pretty sweet.
I tell you what, I ain't gonna make no promise. I just thought about it. You just rewinding on your end because I actually got to go ahead and get to the rest of the callers. But appreciate you, Rom. If I could, I would. Yeah.
Yeah, it definitely works. I was like, and he didn't even think I was in a body at all. Wasn't But I was in a slightly different realm than here. But I was still in my living room, looked the same. You were going off on my TV. I could see chat and everything.
You was remote viewing the stream, man. You was remote viewing, bro.
Yeah, dude.
That's what the CIA was researching. That's crazy.
Yeah, they might have done it. So
that's crazy, man.
They did do it. They kicked me out real quick once I figured it out. So
when they was doing those experiments, it's a dark part of that research that I didn't even go into. I spared you all of that, and I may do it on part 2. But the dark part of that research, they had to bring a lot of people to near death in order to get some of them results, right?
Oh yeah, they can do it. Yeah, I've had quite a few.
Imagine you being a guinea pig somewhere with the CIA, and they say, "Look, we gonna bring you right near death. You ain't gonna be breathing. We gonna bring you back to life, so you can tell us about the other side, bro." That's what they was doing, and it makes me wonder, like, was all of these people willing participants in some shit like that? Ain't no way you a willing participant. That's the dark side of my research that I'm gonna do next, because y'all, I think that they was really it was probably a madhouse, man, at some point. Like, they probably was forcing this shit on people, hooking your head up to machines and stuff, putting Freddy Krueger technology on you and stuff.
That's the technology that they'll be bringing out, and then they won't have to do them insane experiments. They just have people line up, and they'll just take their memories, and then they can plan it out. They can plan their simulation life out next time, because that's what the end times would be.
That's crazy, man. They had a movie about this. The dude had to go near death. They said, "Look, we're gonna bring you back to life." And guess what's crazy? In one of those It movies with the clown, one of the kids had to go into the little astral plane, and that's how they went. They were like, "We're gonna bring you back to life and shit." Like, they've been talking about this, because the evil that's running this world may be from the other side, like how we is, like how, you know what I'm saying? It was probably like, that's what I'm saying. I got so many theories. Like, I know there are non-player characters without a soul, but also I think that there are some advanced gods that were like us who got souls, but they work with the AI. They like, if we was watching the Matrix movie, they'll be like Neo and all them, like Trinity. But instead of them going in and out of the Matrix to help people, they'll go in and out of it to keep them sleep. Like, you feel me? I think it's different beings here. And I think it's some beings that's like, they our ancestors. They got the gifts of the gods, but they work for the non-player characters, the people with yeah.
They always talk about the green emerald and it being up in the attic, and then they found it and everything. And then in the Marvel universe, the green stone is time. So Doctor Strange, he could bend time back or bend time forward. So maybe people's lives, they can figure things out from the outside, like from outside the holographic world. And then they, oh no, oh, you don't die here, dude. All right.
Yeah, man.
So I'll let you be. So thank you.
Hey, Rom, it was awesome, man. As always, I'm gonna let other. I actually I'm gonna rotate around for a minute. Let's go to Baghdad. He looked like he got notes and stuff, so that'll be dope. I'm interested. Salute to y'all in this elevated bill.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Peace, Bruce Sanchez. How you doing?
Peace and love to all of y'all, for sure.
Yeah, you dropping the jewels on them, man. Yeah, I had it's a couple things come to mind. I'm not gonna do too much, you know. I be having so much. I don't want to do the load dumping, you know what I'm saying? But I had the last thing. You heard of the Brine Lakes? I think these are the lakes that are under the ocean, like the waters under the waters.
Yeah, man. Hell yeah.
I was looking at it and it was talking about how some videos I was watching, they under the water. I think you showed them a couple times too, but I recently saw them. Yeah, because you up on it. And they had the buckets under the water and they was picking up, the water was heavier than that water. And they was saying how they try to make a submarine go under there. And they said the submarine bounced off the water, yeah.
That's right.
And like you were saying, like certain laws, the certain mechanics they put down, it didn't work. Everything was totally different. But it was some animals, like certain sea life can go back and forth.
Guess what? Eels can do it. Eels can do it.
Yeah, they showed a picture of it coming in and out. Yeah.
Electric eels can go through the brine lakes, and that's crazy because they look like a Nagini, and they got this electricity feel, like a sine wave. Yeah.
Wow,
that's crazy.
Yeah, and you know, some of the buckets they was like kind of fluorescent. It was like glowing with light. And like you had mentioned something about barriers of light. And yeah.
You see this thumbnail?
Yes, sir.
You see how it's kind of like different layers of waters that you can surface through layers. It's a little pattern. It's hard to see, but it's a little rigid little ring. It's showing you that these are like ethers when they their own little watery oceans, like oceans that won't mix. You see what I'm saying? That's why that one can sit on that one, but the reason I'm showing you this is because when you brought up the brine lakes, they won't mix with our ocean. And it's this same similar concept. And it goes to what I was saying. The lower we go, the more dense that water down there is, so dense we can't penetrate it. So it's like, it's this law of density keeping us trapped in, which make me say, when we go up in the sky, it ain't no spirit realm. It's sort of like a brine lake situation to where we like a sub trying to push through a barrier that ain't let us go. You know, that's what the waters above is. It's the firmament dome, and we can't break through them waters in the flesh. We can only penetrate it through it in our eel form, in our Nagini form, like them eels.
Yeah, it's
Which
fine.
is fucking crazy, because the name of God is El, and I'm starting to think that his serpent form is really like an eel, because he can move through the firmaments. Like, it's really crazy when we open these call lines up. The research just expands and go even deeper. So I do appreciate the callers, and I be looking forward to these, man. That's why I always say I'm gonna have one caller at a time, and then we end up with a round table. I be lying because the trolls gonna hear that and log off. But y'all got it though.
Yeah, I can fall back if you want to spin the wheel. It's good.
Nah, that was deep with them underwater lakes compared to this though. Salutes to the panel.
Yeah, you had me thinking, man.
And it's just a free for all, like just buzz in, y'all, like Family Feud, whoever wanna be next and shit, and then just let us know why you came and what you wanna contribute to the think tank here. Appreciate y'all, man.
Yes, sir. Mute up.
Yo, much respect, Sanchez. Much respect to you too, bro.
Much respect, Feezy.
That knowledge. Yeah, I just come with a quick question. I just wanted to know, like when you say it's like 7 different lives we gotta live or something like that. Like, what basically what realm or what number you think we on at the moment, or do you think we at the beginning right now? That was really my question.
Yeah, I think we're at the baby first ground level beginning phase. And my proof for that is the fact that in my theory, what I think, and I'm a screen share once again, y'all. Hold on a second. I'm a screen share for what you asking me to. Hold up. I just gotta close a lot of shit that we don't need open. Hold on. Said what level we at now? We at the first one, and that's a good thing. But I'm gonna show you some too. That mean if you at the first, you at the worst. If this life was hard to you and you still took it on the chin, it only get better from here, and that's good to know. That's what going to heaven mean. It mean it only gets better from here. If you start off at the bottom, ain't nowhere you can go but up. But check this out, right? This stairway to heaven system. He said, what level we on now? Now, I believe that it's possible that when we get to the second level, we will remember both of our lifetime. It's possible that the beings on this second level are like second grade students who we all woke up from a dream. Put it this way, let's say our earth at the bottom, this is a good example. Let's say all of us on the panel, we in a mansion. We in this mansion. And we all sleep in the mansion though, knocked out. But we all dreaming and we all chilling in the dream, still kicking it. And basically like the people who, when I say we at the bottom, the people that wake up first from the dream and they be like, damn, everybody's still asleep. We look around the mansion and you see about 10, 15 more other people. They be like, yeah, we woke up an hour ago. Them fools still asleep. So everybody in the mansion is hundreds of people. Most of them sleep. Only a few people woke. The few people that's woke in the mansion, they're like the people on this second level. Let's zoom in. And the people that sleep in the mansion, they on this bottom level. And what I'm telling you is that it's layers of sleep. It's like a dream, layered dream system. So the world we in at the bottom it still ain't the real world, and death is awakening. And when we awaken from this world, we move up to the second level. But when we get to the second level, it's gonna already be people there that's like, yeah, man, we been woke up from the first level. Welcome to flow number 2. Up here, us beings, we only remember one lifetime. And then on the next level, them beings will be like, up here, we remember 2 lifetimes. And the more you go up, the beings will be more wiser, more smarter, because they remember more life. They went through more layers. These are like in karate, you got a belt system, black belt, red belt. Just say that the people who move up high, they collect more belts. You know, they like senseis. They get more experience. They have been through more lifetimes. You see what I'm saying? So your question was, what level are we on? I think we at the bottom one. Unless a person can remember a previous lifetime, then they may be at a, shit like that. So I can't remember a previous lifetime of mine. I think we can feel the higher realities, and we may feel like, well, I do remember being here before, deja vu. That's saying you been here before. A previous lifetime mean another you in another world, another parallel reality, another timeline. But when a person talk deja vu, it's like our consciousness can be trapped in one of these layers for infinity if it don't realize that it's a higher version of itself above it. You can move from flow number 1 and get trapped at flow number 3 and never go no further. You can get trapped at flow number right here, right where you was about to get out, and never move past that. You see, so each one of these is their own matrix, but it's a clearer. It's like you seeing more and more of the truth. It's like, what if I put 10 pair of sunglasses on your eyes and tell you to walk outside? And each lifetime you take off 1 pair of glasses. The last pair of glasses you take off, you're going to get to see the real world for the first time. And that's what all of these are like, layers they're reflecting a higher reality that's outside of this whole bubble. You see what I'm saying? The reality that's reflected within this bubble is a distorted version of a reality outside the bubble. Let me show you something. As within, so without. Just like this bubble right here is reflecting the outside world inside of it. It's distorting the outside world. It's not giving you a proper representation of the outside world. It's warping the image around a sphere because of the shape of the bubble. You get what I'm saying, guys? So we're not getting a true vision of what the world is. We're experiencing a reflected copy within this bubble, and it's skewed. But let me show you something. The ancestors was showing us this too. You see how the trees are bending around the bubble? Our world is like a reflected, distorted. It ain't a good representation of what Plato says outside the cave or outside this bubble. But yeah, I think y'all feel what I'm saying.
Oh yeah, for sure, bro. Yeah, you clearly understood. Much appreciation, bro. Much respect, everything, bro. I'm a fall back for that.
I appreciate y'all for calling in, man, with these dope questions. This is fire.
That was deep, bro. Much respect, man, and much respect to the both brothers.
Much love to the one and only awakening motherfucking minds in the building. Salutes, bro.
Brother, man, great stream, bro. Great stream as usual. I love how you have this depiction here, because everything you were saying, it just reminds me that flesh, Flesh, is shelf. You know, flesh is shelf, top tier. You are trying to ascend to the top tier, as we look at these shelves with different flesh, but
flesh. Shelf, self, hell yeah.
Hell yeah,
Self is shelf. Yeah, I'm with you. That's
So
dope stuff.
hell yeah, just like when you had brought up the flesh is the flash, the light,
Mhm.
But what I really called in to say to you though, man, that Stanford, that was fire, bro. With the logo, and
Mm-hmm.
they did the experiment there at their university, they
Yeah.
pulled that logo up again, man. That was fire, bro. The Stanford University logo.
Like they really got the and like the Kunda. You feel me, bro? It hit different, don't it?
Hell yeah, bro.
It just hit different when you see it in your face. Like what when you say, yo, they hide the truth right in your face. It's opportunities like this that give you a good opportunity to show you like exactly what we be talking about when we say that.
Hell yeah. And bro, if you turn the tree upside down, that's the same Kundalini symbol or the Caduceus symbol. If you turn the tree upside down, just like what the S is telling you.
Yeah, I know. With the base would be the root, the wings at the top. Hell yeah, I'm
And then,
with you.
bro,
You
and
right.
then they call it the star. What was it? Starred for? Say it again. The star. What was the name of the experiment? They say it was
The
Stargate, right?
Stargate project.
Hell yeah, bro. And you put the star at the top of the tree. That's just like your depiction of the Lady Liberty, just like Jesus ascending, everything. That was crazy. But I just wanted to give you props on that, bro. That was fire. The snake around the tree, the Stanford logo. Even their
Because
go
you
ahead.
you know that the word "stand" is just Satan anyway.
Exactly. Good shit, bro. And I just dropped a link in the chat. I want to show you something else real quick. Just real quick.
Hmm.
Mm-hmm.
That serpent is the Kundalini, and
Mm-hmm.
then it's crazy. Let me get your chat right quick. It's crazy though that they know that they found this out, bro, in the 40s and came with the space program to hide this. This is just it's so evil. But yeah, which chat? I don't see it in the Zoom meeting chat.
The main chat, not the Zoom. I put it in
Okay,
the
I got you.
yeah. I just want to
Main chat. I
because
don't. Okay,
you even
man.
did the move. You even did the as above, so below. Also, like holding the symbol. I just want to show you this shit real quick. And salutes to the chat, man. So you remember when you were doing the little like it's like a running man symbol. You know what I mean? But it's literally it's even the electrical symbol, the symbol of light. It's also Mercury. If people can see from if you can see it just from a sacred geometrical aspect, you see Mercury. I can't hear you, bro.
Hold on a second.
Oh yeah.
Hold on a second. Say that again.
Nah, I was like, you remember when you were depicting like the movement, like saying you were doing the Baphomet and just
Oh
tying
yeah,
it.
yeah. One hand up, one hand down.
Uh,
That's right there in the lightning bolt. I'm with you.
yeah, bro. That's
Yeah,
the same.
hell yeah.
And if you can go through, you can see that I was saying this not necessarily the
Yeah.
same shit, but the same shit. Like if you go through the
It's
caduceus,
facts. These are
mm-hmm,
facts.
they can't
I'm with you.
they can't hide it, man. you know. And I remember when you had brought the whiteboard out and you were gonna depict what the chakras are doing. But you forgot. I wish I would have hit you. Be like, no, bro, you was about to draw what the chakras are orbiting or auric, auric orbit. That's what you was gonna do when you said, damn, I forgot why I brought
Oh
the
yeah, I was gonna show them the original flat Earth. The flat Earth is basically simulation knowledge that the world around us is a veil that's wrapped around us by the chakras. And I was
facts.
gonna show people how the chakras relate to the Van Allen belts and the ethers.
Mhm.
If you wanna go into it, I
Oh
remember what I
yeah.
was saying. Now I'll just go after you.
Oh yeah, bro, because
Yeah.
I actually wanted to tell you this. If you can just go back one more for me, please. Just go back, not forward,
Mm-hmm.
but back. Because the energy symbol is two sevens, and I'll explain what phi is and pi is, because you kept talking about the physical too. But you see the energy
The pi
symbol is
cycle. Yeah.
but the energy symbol is two sevens, You know, you and your spirit, or you and your soul. But if you can go back now, just forward for me, I just want to show
Yeah,
you something real quick.
I got you. Good shit here,
So,
man.
so the seven chakras, once you circle them, like from the crown to the root, that's a one circle. When you circle the third eye to the sacral, that's another circle, and it literally depicts the shape of the earth, the ripple effect. You know what I'm saying? Like seven evens. That's why seven is so even important. You know what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
Because the circles are three times with the heart in the middle, which is earth in the middle. So it makes the same flat earth depiction of the map. You know what seven is. If you circle from the crown to the root, that's a circle. You circle the third eye to the orange, you know, that's another circle. You circle the throat chakra to the other, the yellow, that's another circle in the middle with the heart or the earth in the middle. If you can pull up a flat earth map, you know, with the ring map. But and I got shit that I can show you on that, but just like it's the levels, it's the same shit, you know. Even these shelves are the Caduceus sign as well, with the snake wrapping around it, but it wraps 3.14 times. You know, so it's like, yeah, that one all the way down there at the bottom. Yeah, you can pull that one up if you want. It's the three circles and a heart, you know, the five heartbeats, but it all is the same shit, man, you know, and the same shit they've been hiding, and then they'll throw it in our face. Like when you brought up that Stanford and then the tree and the S, you know, man, that was fire, bro.
You know what's crazy? The concept people say, well, where was early Christianity before Christ? And when you look in right here in America, right? Um, Symbols of the cross and the serpent, because what did Moses have? He had a serpent staff. Like, I'm gonna show you some real quick. And because a lot of people they miss something, I'm gonna show you too. The cross and the serpent are the original symbols of resurrection and Christianity before the pagans gave us like the Jesus version. But what I was bringing that up to show is this. Watch this. This flag is old, and it's showing you the Babel Tower, and it's
Mhm.
showing you the different level, how the chakra system is coming down, you know, from the top, and it gets bigger at the bottom because, you know, the underworlds are wider or whatever, just like this right here from a top down view is the same thing.
Hell
This
yeah,
what the
bro.
yeah, this what the serpent, this flag right here, along with this one right here, the cross and the serpent, excuse me, before Moses. So people say, well, and I can even go even deeper than that with the cross and the serpent. You know, and I can go because this right here is still Christianity mutating with the cross and the serpent stuff. But at the same time, don't forget now, Kukulkan, the serpent wrapped around Kukulkan is Christianity. Because look, Moses wrapping the serpent around the staff. This pyramid is a cross. You look at it from a top-down view, that pyramid is a cross, and the serpent wrapped around the cross. See, that's what I was saying, awakening. Like when Columbus put up on his ship, he saw the serpent staff through the pyramid Kukulkan, and he turned it into a stick and a staff. But all of that, they didn't create that. But I'll fall back. But that's what I'm saying. Yeah, they didn't create this Christian stuff. They corrupted it though.
Right, bro. And if you go back to the "Don't Tread on Me" symbol, that's also wrapped 3.14 times. You know, it's three circles. That's just depicting the pi, you know, the circumference of Earth too. If you look down on the top view, which also give you the three in the heart, you know. But
Mm-hmm.
man, you spot on, bro. Great stream. That Sanford symbol, pull it up, bro. That was tough, nigga. That was tough, bro. And then I
Cause
just go ahead.
nah, you do your thing, man. That's what I want. That's what y'all called in for.
Even they, they logo, not the logo, but their mascot is even the tree, but it's a man. It's a tree. Is you know what I'm saying? The man is wearing the tree's costume.
Yeah, what's his name?
I don't remember his name, but I bet you we'll find something out about it.
I know what you talking about. And in order for you to go to Stanford, nigga, you got to be damn near connected with the Illuminati.
Connected, bro. And guess what, bro? It's a medical school, bro. Ain't that crazy? The medical symbol is also that tree, that Caduceus symbol. If you turn
Because
back up.
the part of it, the medical shit tie in with Jesus, the serpent healing.
Mhm.
And then the concept of, but the medical part is really psychological and like the psyche.
Mm-hmm. Facts though, bro. Put mascot though, because I want people to see this shit. This is one of the funniest mascot because it's a tree, but it's a
Yeah,
man. You know what I'm
the
saying?
man tree. Damn right. And the crazy thing about this man tree, guess what we looking at? See, because it just some in me is this weird gift. Now I'm seeing Buddha. I'm seeing Buddha in the tree and all like the half man, half tree shit. The doctor and all them. That's now I'm seeing this is still them playing in our face. And this ain't
Right.
this ain't no reach.
It
Cause
ain't
look,
no reach, bro.
check this out. This is a deep symbol of the man being in the tree, symbolizing you in the Matrix. Or remember in the Matrix movie, Neo is inside the damn tree. Neo in the Matrix tree, in his little tree.
Yeah,
And
bro.
so it's sick that these bastards got a mascot that's mocking us sleep in this dream. That's crazy. That man is literally, let me see.
And then the tree is literally like the Christmas tree with the bells hanging off, just like in the Matrix. They were all in the little balls, like hanging off.
Yeah,
Yeah,
this
there you
what they
go. Right
mascot
here. Uh-huh.
is right here, bro.
Uh-huh.
The
Right in our
man in the
face.
goddamn tree telling you that you in a Matrix. That's facts, man.
And I like how you were breaking down the three, the Trinity, which is, solid, liquid, and gas. But all of this comes from light, the shit they don't want to talk to us about, plasma, you know what I mean? But that was crazy. The tree and the word tree.
Damn.
Hmm.
And he's in the middle of the court at the North Pole in the tree.
And he
Like,
starts off every game. Every game is like this, whether it's basketball or hockey. He's literally like one of the only mascots
damn.
that be literally starting in the center of the field.
Like the serpent. Damn, bro.
Hmm.
Right. That's
Literally,
how,
bro.
peace and love, everybody.
Hey,
Thank you,
shout out to
Sanchez.
Demi. Shout out to you,
Yes,
Demi.
you, y'all are really y'all on fire. You made me remind me of the tree serpent, the tree and the serpent. Have you ever seen the picture of that?
The tree serpent. Let me pull it up. Yeah, man. Because, oh yeah, same thing. Same shit. Just like Yggdrasil. Yep. It brought up Yggdrasil and Nordic cosmology too. Same shit what Sanford logo is, the serpent around the
Hmm.
tree.
Pull up the usual tree for them, bro, with the
So they could,
orbs. Uh-huh.
and yeah, the serpent around. That's the Sanford logo right there. Sanford logo right here. They just evolved this shit. They made it two-dimensional. A two-dimensional version of this, and you get this here. Simplified. It's crazy though that Sanford know this shit though. Like, but it's deeper than Sanford. I know that it's a bunch of damn institutions, but like they like what the Catholic Church is for Christianity. Sanford University is that to all of the institutions that's researching the psyche, like out of body experiences, like lucid dreaming.
The Stanford
Yeah.
experiment where they had the one students be the guards, the other students be the prisoners.
A lot of weird rituals happen at Sanford. Facts. And I'm telling you, Sanford is like is basically these institutions, man. I don't even look at them as universities. I look at it as a fraternity, a fraternal order. Because for you to get into Sanford is damn near harder to be. It's easier for you to be a Freemason than to get into Stanford. It's easier for your ass to be. That's what I'm saying. It's because the secrets that you're gonna be entrusted with, that some of these universities, what they really know, it can undermine everything people think they know outside. And I think that you joining and moving up in these universities and shit is them entrusting you with a lot of shit they found out in old research. Stanford been around since the 1880s. Since the 1800s, man. So imagine how much research this is a wealth of knowledge, bro. And all that time they've been specializing in like with a lucid dreaming, astral projection. This is who you go to if you're a student and you trying to learn about this stuff, no matter where you at in the world. If you're interested in this and you're able to go study this at Stanford, they're telling you you are the most elite when it comes to understanding how the consciousness shifts out the body. So what is Stanford? It's really like that same Roman Empire telling you, we giving you the credentials to know what the fuck going on about the human consciousness, but you don't see them teaching this shit on a Discovery Channel. They got ancient aliens and they got all that. So if Stanford cracking the code, why they so secret about it? That's why I said these universities be secret societies.
Big facts, bro. And you know, on the East Coast, like the other experiment, the CIA experiment I want you to look into, it's called the Monroe experiment. And this is where the CIA mapped out the consciousness grid. You know what I'm saying? The Monroe, and we know from Harvard, they have the skull and bones. Even if you pull up the symbol, it's still the skull and bones. It's literally the snake on the X, you know, the O and the
Yeah.
X, you know, but that consciousness grid, man, like it even makes the 6-pointed star, the same Stargate system. They're all been doing the same shit, man, and just putting it in our face.
I think it was New York. They're doing all that on Plum Island and everything, and doing creatures and all that too.
Yeah, I'm glad you said that about the consciousness. That's what I was thinking of when Sanchez was saying about the density. Well, the density of our consciousness will determine what level we on, as far as you know, where we are on
Yeah,
what
so
level.
density is part of the whole physicality trick with light that I was talking about. It ain't that. It's because, look, things are so heavy in our world because it's so many worlds on top of us. If you ever swim down to the bottom of like a deep swimming pool, you could feel the water pressure above you. And just like in the ocean, if a submarine go too deep, it can be crushed by the water around it, caving it in. Pressure, and the thing is, what's making souls at the lower realms experience what you call physicality, or having weight or solidity, or they call gravity, which is a grave. It's a grave, right? And it's just the fact that we ain't on the highest realms. It's proof that when a brother asked me to what realm you think we on, if we was on these higher realms, these beings damn near levitating and flying. That's why they call them angels. That's where you at when you flying all through the sky. You know them dreams where you flying. The In those realms, you didn't ask how to fly. You just took off running and jumped up there because the you in that world, everybody fly there. There are worlds where ain't no cars, ain't no traffic jams, ain't no fucking Uber. In these higher realms, beings, the physics change. It get lighter. People can float to each other and do. Now, I know it sounds weird, but this is what the angels in heaven do. They don't need a car. They got wings for a reason. In these higher realms, the law, like what all of the shit that govern the world here, like what they say is true in the physics book, it only represent what's true here. The physics change with each world you go to is what I'm trying to say. So with each body that you got in each world can do different shit because that world different for one, and your body built to soar and move. Just like a fish body made for the water, a fucking worm body made for the dirt. The nature gonna give you a body that's appropriate for the realm you in so you can move around right and shit.
Oh, I see your energy bodies. Oh, okay, got it. Yes, yes. I got it.
Hey, bro, a couple people put in the chat that Peter Thiel went to Stanford. That's crazy. The
That
CEO of
is
Palantir.
crazy.
That is, I don't know how, I have yet to look that up. I didn't know that, but a couple people put that in the chat. I did not know that.
Bro, I can do a whole documentary just on Stanford, for real. I swear I could.
And I also
I was
wanted to.
wondering who is
Go
Peter
ahead.
Thiel? I'm sorry, excuse me.
No, go
I just want
ahead.
to know who. I just want to know who Peter Thiel
Ain't
was.
he's an occultist? Ain't he's associated with
Yeah,
like a
he's also,
Cthulhu? Oh well, I don't know if that
nah,
may be
he's
it
the
sound
CEO of Palantir, bro. Palantir, the conscious.
Palantir, the surveillance company.
uh, Even they symbol looks like this symbol. If I put
Okay.
the symbol up, bro, it looks just like this.
Okay, so I ain't know that was who Peter Thiel
Peter
was. Okay,
is the
Palantir guy.
Palantir.
I know about Palantir.
Nah,
Palantir logo.
Did a antichrist lecture talking about if you go
Yeah.
again
it's the
AI.
Skull and Bones logo also, though. You see the two shit at the bottom, you put them together, you get the OX as well, the same
Mm-hmm.
symbol.
Yeah, I definitely didn't know that about old Peter. So he went to
I
Stanford.
Peter Thiel went to I don't know how true. It's a couple people that put that in the chat though, but I didn't know that. Boy, that's interesting.
Mm-hmm.
That's interesting.
I just wanted just to say that isn't Mercury um is later known as Hermes?
Yeah,
Yeah,
that's true.
Demi. Mm-hmm.
Okay. Just wanted to confirm that. Thank you guys.
They
This
just
damn thing look weird with the tongue out and shit.
just like
Eh,
Mama Kali with the tongue out and all that.
Yeah.
The same concept. And this mascot is so famous just because it's a tree too. But boy, I ain't never put that together, bro. When you
It
put
is
the
a
S.
yeah.
Go ahead.
No, I'm talking about the serpent wrapped around a tree.
Yeah, bro.
Yeah.
That was fire, nigga.
It makes it fire because their college is like the world elite college when it comes to the Kundalini and serpent knowledge. Like that's what really makes the shit like, okay, this ain't no damn reach. They fucking with us right now. You know what I'm saying? That's crazy, bro. When but then the tree man and Buddha is crazy too, though. Like the whole Buddha shit. Like this is bro. I'm still shocked with the Stanford thing. I ain't gonna even cap. I was always fascinated with Stanford, man. I didn't really start getting fascinated with them until I moved to Vegas, and I've seen them when I was in Bama. But it's all about Crimson Tide, Auburn. But when you move out west, people really rock with Stanford. And then when you realize, okay, Stanford is the epitome of LA bouginess, Hollywood money, it's like, and you start to get a feel for the culture. And now with everything I know with this, is like, man, what the hell is it? Sometime I be getting this feeling like, man, what if we're fucking trapped in some shit and these folks really got us? And like, then I'll be like, no, that'll start making a nigga depressed and shit like that. And I always gotta remember, it's too many ancestors that spoke about how powerful our soul is, and so much artwork like Enoch with people breaking up out of here. That's when I say, oh yeah, they can't fuck with us. They just let me quit tripping. You know what I'm saying?
They do got that crimson red and white though, that the Pope symbol, the Pope colors. But bro, I just put I put a link in the chat. If you can just pull that up for me, I just want to show you the CIA conscious grid real quick. Because even though they do this on the West Coast, they do it also on the East Coast from Harvard too. But I really want you to look into that Monroe experiment. You know, that's from the CIA as well. But yeah, so you see the consciousness grid from that's from the CIA. This is authentic, this is patented, this is literally the CIA consciousness grid, you know, and it literally makes the Star of David as well, bro. That's just crazy.
Yeah, that is crazy. And that's good stuff. Hey, shout out to Passport Persona. Google Stanford, read the bio statement, spirit. Okay, I'm gonna do that, and then hey, I gotta shut down. But we know we got to, man, we got to finish. We gotta do a part 2 on this, man. Stanford University does not having a go ahead.
Yeah, I just want to throw in that, you know, Druids, Celtic magic rule this realm right now. All this symbolism in Stanford and all through the universities and their experimental thing. So, you know, and I'm Irish, so I'll punch them Celtic gods right in their faces. So, you know.
Hey, it's crazy.
And the team name is Cardinal. Bro, I may have to do a whole thing on Stanford because
bro.
it's so much stuff they got going on that's so fucking esoteric. It make me think all of these Stanford students, they come from families that's somehow connected to some shit, bro. Some of these colleges is so. I'm gonna have to just break this shit down. Like,
ding, 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 ding. You just hit the lottery.
Rum Solo, that's true though, because the Yggdrasil's tree is depicted with a face too sometimes. You know what I'm saying? It's like it be talking and shit like that. Just like the Stanford mascot. That shit crazy.
Well, that's what they do. They just take. We just learn the Irish mythology and all that, and then we be looking at that, but like these punks.
Yeah,
I
bro.
see.
Nah, I was just gonna tell bro, you really might have to do a stream on that. Stand forward.
I am, bro, because
Stand forward.
And it's saying in the 70s the varsity petitioned for the mascot to be a griffin. That's crazy. Then it says that they got the goddamn the robber barons, the sequoias, the trees, you know, because they calling each other different names. Both new suggestion, including the industry school founder. Look, these were different nicknames that they was gonna go with the team, the robber barons. Now, who are the robber barons? The Pilgrims. And then it said the Cardinals, the Railroaders. Wow, bro. The Spikes and the Huns. Bro, they telling you we the barbarians. The Huns.
And you know, some of the other schools that's called Stanford, their mascot is like either a dog or Uncle Sam, like literally Sam, you know. But that's crazy too, though. Sam, Uncle Sam is just crazy. The robber barons.
They was just letting you know that they was in there breeding that type of consciousness and unleashing it on the world.
Cardinal red. Facts. They the same red that the Cardinals wear in the Vatican.
Right. You can even pull that up for the people, and it's still the O and the X. You know, you see the symbol on the popes. You can definitely pull up a pope in the cardinal
Collar.
red. Mm-hmm.
Mm-hmm.
True
But
story.
yeah, man, this shit here was a fire one. It was a classic. Be on the lookout for the next one, y'all. And remember, I'm gonna put all of those links in the description so y'all can check out our new merch and everything. And I'll be putting a link for the debate out there too. Salutes to all of y'all. I gotta get up out of here, fellas, man. It was awesome. Peace and love to the panel, man. I gotta run.
Peace,
Much
bro.
love,
Peace, my
everybody.
sister Demi.
Peace, peace, peace and love, great minds. I appreciate you all.
Yeah,
Yes.
yeah,
Salute
as
to all y'all.
always. For sure. Peace and love. Thanks once again for everyone who